Okay. Right. This is Bowie. I know it because if I put his name in as default, it'll be Bowie. See? Right. Configuration. Special turbo, yes. Control opponent, no. So I'm going to press the B button and that's going to do a no. Just in case you see me do it later and think I'm not doing that. And then game completed, no. So the turbo mode in this game just speeds up a lot of the menus. Just like they load in faster, basically. And it speeds up the cursor moving around the menu. So it doesn't affect gameplay at all. It's just a way to make the game faster in a very, very arbitrary and silly way. But that's how we play. Right, in case, I'm just, because everyone's always playing on Ouch and being like, are you going to ever do an Ouch run? Ouch is a bugged mode. The hardest game mode in this game is Super, because Ouch is actually just as hard as hard, because there's something they did something wrong when balancing Ouch, which basically made it glitch out, and it's exactly the same as hard. But we're going to do a normal one, because that's what we're going to do. This run is incredibly RNG, it is brutal, it is horrible, I love it so much, and I hope that you guys enjoy Shining Force 2. So in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so yes, it's a strategy RPG, top-down. So I guess the easiest way to describe it is it's just like Fire Emblem. Although no bias at all, I think it's far better in every single way. It has a few mechanical differences than you'll see in something like Fire Emblem. So in most strategy RPGs, there's like phases. There's phases of battle where all the goodies go, then all the baddies go, and then that's kind of it. In this game, there's an overall turn order, where agility does not account for whether you attack twice or not, or your chance to hit. Agility is how fast you go in the turn order. So when agilities are quite close to each other, the likelihood of being outturned or outturning your opponent is going to be a really important thing to take note of. It's very annoying when you get outturned, but it's very lovely when you outturn your opponents. So that is the biggest thing. So you have speed rolls essentially. So if both players have agility 5, you can roll up to your maximum amount or down to about, I want to say like 70% of the max amount. I don't know the exact numbers honestly, and they're never looked into it, but it is a big part of this game. The other big thing you may notice is that this game has an explorable overworld. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's the one thing that makes this game so brilliant. So Camelot back in the day, I think they were known as just Sonic Team back then, and then they became Sonic CD4, and then they became Sonic Software Planning. But they basically said, we really like Fire Emblem battles, and we really like the exploration of Dragon Quest, but I don't like Dragon Quest battles. So what they did is they wanted to make a Dragon Quest explorative game whilst having a Fire Emblem battle system, essentially is what they wanted to do. So they created a game where you could explore the world, speak to NPCs, find items, find chests, but when you get to the battles, they're Fire Emblem. So basically, this is a brilliant video game. And it's the best strategy RPG I've ever played in my life, and nothing's ever come close since. It's a real shame, because they aren't making Shining Force anymore, so I cry at night. But at the same time, I can play this on endless loop and never be upset. It's great. So basic narrative. Last night there's like a cutscene at the very beginning that we didn't quite see, where Slade, a thief, a Skaven creature, went into a cave and stole 2 jewels. Little did he know that these 2 jewels were the seal on an ancient evil. So by taking out those 2 jewels, the cracks of evil are starting to show. And there was a storm last night, which is kind of why there was like an evil omen. And today, the king is now sick and we're worried. So we're going to go to the ancient tower and see what's going on. That's the basic approach. Now, I don't have a dodge counter, but I probably should. Dodges in this game, you know what, I'm going to get a dodge counter up, actually, it's a great idea. Text. Dodges. 0. I'll pop that right there. There we go. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. So we go to the ancient tower, and there are these gizmos. This is a very hard first fight. So rather than having, a counterattack be guaranteed again in Fire Emblem, this game does it the best way, where whenever you get your turn, you get a go, and that's your go, and that's it. I'm also just going to make the battle speed 4 and turn off the text display, so I only get to see experience. Again, my biases aren't going to show, don't worry. So, when you attack, only you attack, and then there are chances of other things happening. So, there's a 1 in 32 chance of an opponent or you doing a double attack. There's a 1 in 32 chance of a counter attack. There's a 1 in 32 chance of a dodge. Unless you're a flying enemy unit who have a 1 in 8 chance of dodging. So I have failed this fight a disgustingly large amount of times because these gizmos just dodge. They dodge and they dodge and they dodge. Because you'd think 1 in 8 isn't that much of a chance, wouldn't you? Haha! Haha! That's a good joke. They have an incredibly large chance to dodge. I'm actually going to take out this gizmo and not take out the other one, so I have no guarantee that Sarah will get her turn. She normally does, but I have no guarantee. And I don't want Bowie to get attacked. It happened anyway. LOL! Oh, great. Okay. So the idea is that Sarah and Bowie both do 3 damage, and Chester does 2. So we want to be able to get Chester attacking 1, and then Sarah or Bowie finishing 1, and then weakening another for Chester to finish 1. So it's kind of like a back and forth of damage between the two. Which is a nice way of doing it. Bowie's already got a kill, so I'm actually going to make this... I'm going to slow this down a little bit. Because I want to play this super safe. I'm going to make sure Bowie doesn't die. If Bowie dies, the fight's over. So I'm going to move him up here and use his medical herb. Now, other classes do have an increased chance of stuff. So, for example, Slade, he's a character that we will get in the game. Slade has a 1 in 16 chance of double attacking. So, yeah, this is kind of stuff to be aware of when it comes to this game. And I'll attempt to work. Should be okay here. Unless we get a dodge, then we're in trouble. So far, so... touch wood. So far, so good. Sorry, I didn't mean to tempt you, video game. God, what am I doing? Oh, perfect. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Really nice turn orders so far. Are there glitches in this game? Is probably a question that might come up, and I'm going to answer that right now. Yes. They're kind of small, though. They're kind of small. Well, I say they're kind of small. They don't really manifest that hugely, but when they do, they really make... Oh, wow, Bowie. Sarah's got a lot of kills here, but as I said, I'm going to play it super safe, so I don't have to worry. So, first fight down, no dodges. Sorry, I was just checking something. I got a message in Discord. Right, okay, cool. So the first gizmos are down. Now you saw that the big one, the pink one at the back, headed out. He was just like the leader of the gizmos. Huh, that's interesting. 1 second, I just need to send a quick message. I'm just going to mute myself for 1 moment. Apologies. But yeah, enjoy the cutscene of the king going berserk because he got cursed by a gizmo. Right, okay, sorry about that. Apparently the title's not been updated, but I don't have editing rights, so I can't do that. It should be Shining Force 2 as the title. I don't know why it's currently not changed, but yeah, I don't have the ability to edit the stream title. Anyway, we're going to get on with the game. If anyone of the moderators in chat do have the ability to edit the stream title, that would be fantastic if you could. Right, so there's a fantastic line here where, you know, if it's okay if Astral dies, he's old anyway. Wonderful way to treat the elders, fantastic stuff. So the idea is that the Gizmo escaped after Astral used the last of his power, well, not the last, but all of his strength in a bid to exorcise the demon from the king. So the Gizmo sods off, and then we are then tasked to go and find a Haywell, a nearby scholar who might be able to help us track down the Gizmo and solve what's going on. Before we do anything like that, however, we are going to go to our first shop. Now, weapons and shops in this game are really important because, like, again, damage is based on your strength, right? So weapons enhance that. So I'm just getting, you know, 2 extra attack and 3 extra attack for 2 of my characters, and off we go. Now, the beginning of this next fight, first of all, there was a chap who overslept at night, and his name is Jahar. Jahar down here is going to be a very important part of the first half of the run. Jahar, his name is. He's a lovely guy. He's a warrior, he's a dwarf, and he's fantastic. Very, very tanky. So the beginning is very important. Good. Right. Chester needs to go first and outturn the rats, because then this huge rat on the left gets leashed to him. And we put Chester on the darker patches. So there's a thing in this game that, you know, may be in other titles, but it's also in this game as well, which is land effect. And the way that land effect works is that there's a percentage on the top left whenever I'm moving on certain tiles. There's 0, 15, and 30% tiles. These refer to the damage reduction that is done by the tile. Not the it's not an increase in defense, but it's damage reduction, which is a very, very big difference. It honestly is. So the dark tile, or like any more of like the thicker tiles, deserts, or, you know, woodlands, you know, all that kind of stuff, they're 30% tiles. So it's a 30% damage reduction. The light grass is 15, and then things like that's a really annoying double attack, Chester. I won't lie to you, mate. That was meant to be for Bowie. They kind of yeah. The roads are 0%, and they're only going to be used when I want to try and get my opponents onto those tiles more than anything else, so that I can, you know, smack them up a little bit, which is the most ideal. So yeah, we put that there so that Jahar has the ability to kill the huge rat in 2 hits because he's strong enough. No one else is, and hopefully Bowie is able to get into a position where he can level up. So hopefully this hit there does level him up. Good. And now he's got 1 extra agility, so he should, may I note, should outturn the ooze on the next turn. If he doesn't, again, let the crying ensue. Perfect, wonderful, look at that. Strategy. Okay, so I slowly want to make my way to the top left. Normally I would use Chester as a means of... actually, I'm going to. That's a great point. Jahar is here to get his level up. Perfect. Not the best outcome so far, but I've had good turn orders to make up for the bad stuff that's happened. So put Chester here and let him get absolutely annihilated by the huge rat. The huge rat also comes out of the 30%. Oh, jeez! I'm not counting dodges done by my party members because that's actually kind of helpful. But I am going to play safe because that ooze is there to move, and I don't want to get very murderated just yet. Okay, cool. Chester's down. Finally. he took his time. He certainly did. That's fine as well. Sarah, I don't really want to lose, but I don't really mind that. She's not going to kill me. Oh, what a legend! She's doing so well. Okay, things are going really nicely. I'm not gonna lie. I really shouldn't. I'm really pushing fate here. I'm so sorry. Okay. Jahar, please don't get double attacked. Good. And Bowie, very nice. Okay, good. There you go. 2 solid fights so far. No enemy dodges just yet. So, things I'm looking out for, and things I know. Level ups in this game are not random. There is an element of randomness to it, but they're not random. So in Shining Force 1, there's basically a rubber band effect. So level ups, we can rely on certain level ups, but generally the game, you can just get nothing in a level up. You can just level up and get nothing at all, which is really weird. But the game has a rubber band effect, where basically if you miss out on stats after a certain point, the game will just like catch you up because you're meant to be. You know, in the years of speedrunning of seeing the game be speedrun, so I've only done one run of it myself, the first game. You know, I've seen, you know, Anri get like plus 12 speed just because she can, because she's so far behind, and these kind of things happen in that game. In this game, they have, you know, the level ups happen as they happen. I will get, you know, 2 HP, 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 agility, but there are certain levels when I'm guaranteed to get certain stats. So for example, at level 4, Bowie is going to get agility plus 2, if he hasn't already got lucky and got an early plus 2. So if you get a plus 2 earlier in the game, then sure, you won't get it, but it's guaranteed at level 2. At level 5, Bowie is guaranteed attack 2, and at level 6, defense 2. So these things are going to happen unless I get lucky rolls and get it earlier. So generally it'll be the same. I'll see these kind of like certain level ups like that. And based on whether my characters are promoted or not, they'll get different growth curves, basically. So level 4. I'm getting a lot of MP. So Bowie does have MP. As you can see, he starts with 8. He has a very, very low chance of getting extra MP. It's quite consistent. He will get a certain amount by the time he's level 20, but getting 2 already is really, really nice. Big dodge. Big dodge. Very big dodge. Okay. Like it. Like it. Okay, Bowie gets another turn, put him behind Sarah. Sarah is unfortunately going to be a scapegoat now. I am sorry, Sarah, I do love you. But, him coming the back. There we go. So, status ailments. I'll talk about them now because they're relevant. Status ailments in this game, like that, things like sleep, paralyze, poison, these have the same effect chance as something like a critical hit. So, if you see me get crit, it's basically I got hit for that 1 in 32 chances. It's the same proc as a critical hit, which is, as you can probably guess, pretty nice. Because Bowie took that hit as well, I do need to be a bit more careful. That should be enough for Sarah to get targeted by the rat, actually. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, dude! Sarah's gone. Okay, the reason I don't want Sarah is because I'm trying to cull the numbers in my team because it makes it easier for me to get clears and do things. I'll kind of talk about that again as it becomes... Oh! Wow! What is happening? This is really good, and I'm not okay with it. Dear, oh dear. Level 5, good. Attack plus 2, nice. Oh no. Oh no, it's going too well. Oh no! I'm in for such a rude awakening, I swear. Oh no. Okay, so we made our way to Haywell's house. This is Haywell. So I should probably talk about the Shining Force timeline. So Shining Force 1 is I guess the beginning of this timeline. All of the Shining games have, or the early Shining games that are made by Camelot have links to each other. So Shining in the Darkness is like the end of the timeline. It's really weird. But Shining Force 1 happens, and then there's 2 Game Gear games, Shining Force Gaiden and Shining Force Gaiden 2. They take place after the events of Shining Force 1, and they are remade in Shining Force CD, that you may have seen RPGC do some runs of. After those 2 games was one final game called Shining Force Gaiden Final Conflict. In Final Conflict, Haywell, the old man who is now currently dying, sad face, was a playable character. So Bowie, if you're wondering who he is compared to Shining Force 1, if you've played Shining Force 1, Shining Force 1 is about Max and his brother Kane. Kane's son is a gentleman named Ian, and Ian's son is a gentleman named Bowie. So there you go. Bowie is Kane's grandson, and it's kind of an interesting little bit of lineage there. So Haywell's died, and his apprentice, Kazim, joins our team. Now, Kazin has access to magic for the first time, offensive magic, I should mention, because Sarah can heal. Magic is a very important part of Shining Force as a whole, because it works in a slightly different way. Its damage is set. So it'll always do a set amount of damage. So Blaze 1, which is the first spell we learn, does 6 damage, and it can crit for 7. If an enemy is weak to fire, it'll deal 7 and can crit for 8. Good, Bowie goes first. Fantastic. I want to move. I only want to have Jehar and Bowie alive because it means that it's easier to not have everyone get caught out. I'm basically in this fight. You can lose. If you lose the fight, the game continues. So I'm actually going to purposefully lose this fight. So hopefully Jehar gets another turn, or the Gallum Soldier goes first. If the bat outturns the Gallum Soldier and it can attack Jehar, it will go after Jehar, unless the bat can kill Bowie. So good, okay, fine. Jehar's fine. So he'll just go like that. Perfect. Firstly, why not? And then hopefully, no, please. There we go. That's that. Sub 20 minutes. That's a really, really good one. It's really good. Okay, nice. You don't take any more damage when asleep. Apologies if I'm missing chat. I shouldn't. You guys are probably asking me questions, but I tend sometimes just to play. Asleep just means you just lose turns, and so does paralyze. They're quite straightforward. I mean, if you get attacked, I would probably trade out the waiting until you're awake for taking extra damage and waking up on hit kind of thing. I'd probably take that exchange. It might be quite an interesting thing. So this is Slade. He is a baller shot caller. He's a really good character. Slade is one of the best characters in the game. Sadly, he's not good enough for the time we need him in the speedrun. Shining Force 2's speedrun is all about one character. Post your phoenixes now. Well, really, when we get to like the 2.5 hour mark, 2:30, 2:40ish, it'll all become about one character. Because we're going to make him very, very strong. But it's very interesting in the way it works. But again, I'll talk about that, and I'll go into detail about that when we get there. I will take this opportunity, though, to discuss how battles work, because the next battle coming up is going to utilise this. There are 2 types of win conditions in Shining Force 2. This is perhaps one of the weaker elements of Shining Force, where the win conditions are generally straightforward. Clear all, or defeat the boss. So, if you have to clear all, you probably guessed it, you clear all of the enemies and the fight is over. When you have a boss or a king to fight, you defeat that one enemy, and then the fight is over. The next fight is an instance of there being one leader. If you take down their leader, the fight is over. Up until this point, it's all just been clear rules. So this is our first instance of a king fight. I will, however, before I continue, just check this wall and grab a mithril. So mithrils in this game are hidden items, and they allow you to get secret weaponry very, very late in the game. Very late in the game. Very, very late in the game. But they're very, very good weapons, and they're obviously the strongest weapons in the game. Outside of the cursed evil weapons, they're the best in their class. So yeah, I'm only going to get 4. I think there are 13 in total, maybe 14. It's been a while since I've actually had a look at the numbers, but yeah. In terms of total total characters you can have in the party as well, it's 12 max. Also, I can press start and remove the script. Sorry, no script for you. But I can tell you that basically the evil Gizmo has gone into Gallum there, and look at his nice face. Look at how lovely and old he is. He's just a harmless old man. He's been corrupted by the Gizmo, and he is now sending his soldiers to war against Grand Seal. This is the kingdom of Gallum, I should say, and that's where we were thrown in prison too. We're now obviously breaking out from Gallum prison, and we need to get back to Grand Seal and stop the war. Yeah, there's no reason for Grand Seal and Gallum to go to war, but this is the Gizmo talking. This is the Gizmo talking. Intruders! I miss them. Okay, so turn order please. Bad. Okay, great. Great start. The turn order I wanted is that Kazin is really fast. He's a mage, so he's fast but very, very weak. And you're supposed to outturn the archer. The archer comes over, attacks you, and then you can get two hits down on the archer and finish him off on the next turn. Nice and easy, but it doesn't always work out that way. Instead, I have to heal the Bowie. Because Bowie doesn't get a defense +2 until level 6, so he's still a little bit weak. And as I say, just like you know, they have a leader. If you take them down, it's over. So do I. If I go down, the fight's over. Now I know a lot of people generally don't really like this mechanic, and they tend to kind of like keep Bowie or Max or whatever hero of your choice back. They don't want to risk them, so they put them in the back row and don't use them. Bowie is, for the balance of this game, comparatively, if you're looking at the comparative balance between this game and other Shining Force games, Bowie is the best hero in Shining Force. In terms of the balance of the game. Like, all the games have different balance, have different scaling, have different damage numbers, all this kind of stuff. Shining Force 1 is very, like, on the lower end. This one's a bit more, I guess, like, straightforward, kind of like general progression. And then Shining Force 3 is just out the wazoo, just numbers. And it's really, really cool. Sarah, don't die. So yeah, for what the game is and how it's balanced, Bowie is one of the strongest heroes, so you really should not neglect him, because he's just too strong. He's very, very powerful, he's very, very tanky, gets a lot of HP, has good spells, he's just great. And that's not bias. I know it sounds incredibly biased, and I mean, I guess you could say it is, because, you know, I named myself after him, but he is just that good. He is just that good. I mean, narratively, you could say something for the other characters, because, like, Shining Force 3's narrative is fantastic, and, you know, is the strongest narrative out of all 3 games, of the mainline games. But yeah, I mean, Bowie doesn't say much. He's very much a silent protagonist. Oh yeah, glitches. So that there is the movement glitch. I will be using it more and more as the run goes on, but generally I like to use it to kind of get 1 extra or 2 extra spaces on my opponents. I'll kind of discuss it a bit more when I can. Let me just focus on on finishing this fight up. It looks like the archer has gone. The archer has gone. Good. So I can set up for this fight. There's a line in this fight where when I cross it, the enemies become aggro, and that line is where the Gallum Mage is currently standing. So what I'm going to do is, the archer is gone, so I'm not in danger. So I'm going to pop Jehar here, and Jehar will finish off the mage, and this will not enrage, but it will activate the knight. And the Gallum Knight is now going to go hell for leather. There we go, bosh. So now the Gallum Knight is our king. That's the one we want to go after. So we are going to use Blaze 2 and burn it down. Blaze 2 is a more annoying spell, and the reason it's more annoying, it does deal more damage than Blaze 1, as you may have guessed, because it's a stronger spell. It hits in a T formation, or sorry, a cross formation rather. Wow, I crossed my T. It's a lowercase t. Yeah, it hits in a cross formation, and it deals 8 to 10 damage. Now I can't tell you how much of a difference 10 is to 8 in a game like this, when the numbers at this point in the game are fairly low. You know, fights have been like won and lost on damage rolls from Blaze 2, and it's very upsetting. But yeah, it's not upsetting, it's part of the game, but like, it's just, if you didn't think the turn order or the dodging or the damage rolls or the attacks were enough, then how about your magic doing it too? So far, again, knock on wood, it's pretty tough. Okay, so no one died in that previous fight. Oh, by the way, I haven't mentioned it because no one's died yet, because, you know, I'm so sick, bro. If you do lose a character in this game, you can revive them. Again, this is designed well. This is a good designed game. So yeah, you can revive them by going to the church and just spending some money. And the cost of reviving them is their level times 10. Okay. Not good. Kazin going first is not ideal. I want the... Oh, you didn't! Oh! Oh, no. There it is! There it is! Oh, I was waiting for that. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, Shining Force 2. There we go. The game started slow, but it's starting to play well now. Good stuff. Okay. Oh dear. 1 in 32 chance, my friends. 1 in 32. Oh god, where am I going? And that's why you can revive your characters. Because, yeah, it's so easy to lose. It's not like you take 3 damage. Okay. Right, so, again, I didn't want to... them going first means that he goes after Slade, and Slade is sitting on a 0% tile. So, Slade can deal a little bit of extra damage to help, and, yeah, we can defeat the Gallon Knight. Didn't really need Slade to do any damage, but it always helps just in case. I basically normally use him if Kazin gets outturned, or Kazin outturns and doesn't deal his damage. So again, I'm going to put characters in a position where they're going to be attacked by the Gallon Knights, who hopefully stand on a 0% tile. Nope, he went for Bowie. Okay, that's not so bad. Honestly, it's not so bad. It means I get to keep my meat shields alive. I know that's a horrible thing to say. Chester is a good character. He's a good unit. He's genuinely a good unit. He's just unfortunately not good enough for the speedrun. You're probably thinking he moves further than Jehar, he hits pretty well, he also gets an early upgrade to his weapon. Why would you not use Chester? It's because in about an hour's time we're going to start hitting very dense types of movement, dense areas and difficult types of movement, which Chester just can't move through, and Jehar can. And the most valuable stat in this game is probably your move speed, or not your move distance is like really, really valuable. And it's why one particular character is just so... Well, one reason why one particular character is just far and away better than any other. Now, most people say that Slade is really weak and really squishy. He's not squishy. He just took 4 damage standing on a 0% tile. He's a very, very strong character. He just has very low HP at the start. If in this fight you give Slade... Or he's standing on 50%. If you give Slade 2 levels in this fight, easy. He is amazing. He normally gets attack +2 in one of the first 2 fights, and he just becomes godlike. He's just that good. Bosh. So I'm going to be funneling my experience into Bowie and Jehar, and Kazin, all of my KO experience specifically. I'm also going to be trying to get Sarah experience slowly along the way. As I said, I mentioned it earlier, 1 in 16 chance to double attack. There it is. Bosh, bang, boom. I'm going to be funneling my experience into Bowie, Jehar, and Kazin, and then Sarah's going to be doing as much healing as possible in order to keep herself ticking over with experience. I want to get her to level 4 by a certain point, just because it allows her to have a spell that removes poison, and there's going to be a massive influx of poison inflicting enemies, and I just can't be bothered to deal with that. I really can't be asked. This is a bad idea. I'm not going to lie to you. Although level up's good. Defense plus, he's fine. He's fine. A double attack would be lovely, Bowie. Ah, you let me down, bro. Now, what do I want to do here? I'm probably going to incense the soldier. Okay. I thought you were going to get hit by 6 there with the up, but You're right there, Kazin. But yeah, Slade is one of the best characters in the game. We aren't going to use him, sadly, so I'll talk about him now because this is kind of like... this is the only fight we really use him like to any major degree, rather than just being niche. When you get him to promotion, he becomes a ninja, and he is just busted good. He has 7 moves, he gets loads of attack, great defense, and he has such strong magics. He has stronger variants of Bolt and Blaze, which is just, oh my god, he's insane. Slade is fantastic, a brilliant character, and it's a shame that we don't use him. We used to use him. He used to be part of the route, who was slowly taken away as we found new ways to do a particular part of the run. Again, I'll talk about that when we get there, but it's not, you know, hugely relevant just yet. Yeah. JR's feeling a little bit not on his best. Oh no, he's level 7. Okay. I thought he kind of felt like he was out of it a little bit, you know? Do you want to just come and like attack? That'd be great if you could. There we go. Right. Okay. Bowie go first. That's what I want to see. Bowie go first. Okay. Not how I want it to happen because I know that the dude's going to outturn. Oh, what? Okay. Shit. That's interesting. Okay. No worries. We're probably going to activate now, so let's just go in. There we go. That was an early turn from him, actually. That's nice. It means I can burst him down, which is exactly what I want to do. Hey, brother. Time to die. So clerics can heal. They have 7 MP, so they can heal twice. You want to get a turn order that means that they either go first, and then we can burst him down, or he goes, heals once, and then we can then immediately get our turns to burst him down. But he's our biggest priority because he's got so much healing potential. Healers suck. We don't like healers. We like them when they're on our side, but we don't like them when they're not. What's nice is that healing isn't a big thing in this game. Sarah will be in the party until a certain point, and we just kind of kick it to the curb. And that's the end of the fight. Unfortunately, a bad start to it with the double attack from the knight, but that's it. Okay, so we made our way back to Grand Seal, but before I continue, I'm going to go grab 2 items. First of all, I'm going to go into the cave where Slade stole the jewels, and if you watch the cutscene at the start, you'll actually see that you can come down here and do this. He opens his chest, and Slade goes, it's just some crummy old water, and he puts the water back into the chest and then grabs the jewels. Because he's looking for the jewels, he's not looking for water. The power water is a very important item, and a big cause of concern. So there are stat boosting items. The power water is one of them. You probably guessed it already, but it increases our power, our strength. It increases any stat between 2 to 4. And I want to see 4, basically. And I will reset the game until I get 4 on a particular character. Because attack number is very important. We do get Kiwi in this run as well, yes. The torch has joined the force. Doesn't increase my water, no. It increases our strength by 2 to 4. Now, one of the characters is very important, and I'll talk about the details of all of that when he becomes relevant. Now, I will be using that water on him later. Not all of the stat up items go on to that character, though. We do get a few others that go on to some other people. And actually, there's one particular item that we do that is kind of a fail-safe. It's very, very nice. It allows us to deal with unfortunate deaths here and there. As a quick reminder, if there's an admin around for the channel, I'm not sure if the title's been updated yet. I can't see, but if it has, just let me know. But if an admin is around to update the title, because I don't have access to it. Okay. So what happened is after the war, you can see that everyone's been knackered, and Lemon there was like, "That's not my king anymore. What happened to him?" And if you speak to him there, he's just kind of like, "Yeah, well, what went wrong there?" We found that there's been a secret door that's opened in the ancient tower, and this is the end of like chapter 1 of the game. This is the end of the first chapter. So I have kind of created 8 kind of breaks in the game. So like the first game and the second game are broken, and the third game are broken into chapters, and so are the Game Gear games as well. This game's not got any visible chapter breaks, but they are there. And this is the end of chapter 1. So you can see now that the king looks very, very different, with his white eyes and his gaping maw. So Astral and King Gallon have a fight. Astral, I've beaten you, you've lost. Or so you have? I am not so sure about that. Run away, Ellis! And then a maid shows up. And then, dang, we have to save Ellis, the princess, because she's been captured by the evil king, King Gallon. Now, again, RNG. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. We want Kazan to go first, and then one of the knights to outturn everyone else. But it didn't happen. Not that knight. And then knight on the bottom right. Jehar, please, if you dare. Okay. We're going to get some damage. We're going to get some damage. Crikey, Riley. So the movement glitch, I was talking about it earlier. If a friendly unit is taking up the last space you can move in a given direction, you can then hold the C button when walking over that character, and basically the game tries to open the menu. And it basically keeps you moving until the next available square that isn't taken up by a character. So I can do this, and just walk to the right, and it allows you to go onto any tile. You can walk on any tile, and you can hover. So Sarah's just standing on the statues nice and easy because I managed to do that, and there you go, Sarah hits level 4. Detox is very important. Was it worth the Blaze 2 risk? I don't think so. We want to be moving up as much as possible. The enemies are going to be coming down into the sides to try and meet us, and I need to try and like stay away from moving sideways as much as possible. It's just going to get annoying. So the thing about the tortoise, Kiwi, he is tanky as all hell. He is very, 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 very tanky. He's got the strongest defense in the game. His HP is ludicrously low, as you've probably noticed. The thing with this is that obviously magic's going to be an issue, because magic hits by set damage. He's also weak to fire, so he takes 7 damage by everything. Well, by that, and then freeze 1 deals 8 to 10 like Blaze 2. So it's you know what? I'm actually going to do this because I don't want the Gallon Knight to get a go. That is negative movement, but there's not much I can do about that. This game views positive movement as right and what is it? Right and down? Yeah, right and down. I think. For the most part, a lot of maps go right and down, really weirdly. But oh, bloody Nora. Okay, sure. Let's go, Jehar. Big hit, very big hit there. Oh, that's not good. Oh, please. Oh dear. See, yeah, that's not the kind of thing I want to see, and that happened because Bowie had to move down. A bit of a shame, but everyone else can keep moving up. Oh no, that's not okay. You can't go down there as well. Oh, this is not looking good. In terms of my positioning, I mean, I'm defeating enemies just as fine as normal, but like, I really want to be activating the top half when I'm finishing this lot, and I'm just not. So, I'm probably gonna, I'm gonna introduce you now to boss units. Oh, okay. Big stuff from the hero. He's just a swordsman for now, but he will become a hero. That's another big hit. Jehar is going hell for leather. My word. That's a big turnaround. That's actually really nice. Okay, I'm happy with that now. As long as the archer here moves right and not down. Okay, so boss units. They're unique units. They're different from a leader unit. A leader unit, and if it's the leader, will be taken down and finish the fight. A boss unit, however, they get 2 turns per turn order. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're entering fun mode. Boss units get 2 goes. They also hit very, very hard. So Bowie is paper to them. Oh my word! Okay, yeah, cool. The top half is now activating because we've moved high enough, and the dark smoke is going to be making his way down. The dark smokes are weak to magic as well. So, as I said, Kiwi, mega tanky, can just wear that. He just wears it right on the chin. And then Kazin, burn, baby, burn. Dark smoke inferno. Deals minimum 10, maximum 12. So that was a bad damage roll. Bowie is going to wear this one as well. Oh, that's not good. That's actually really not good. Okay. Oh, that was scary. Okay, yeah, so before we defeat this dark smoke, it's important to get the cleric and stuff to move as far down as possible, because we need to I want to connect onto them really quickly, if possible. So the dark smoke that top left dark smoke won't start moving until we get above this next statue. So yeah, it's about pacing the waves of enemies coming in consistently whilst allowing you to also clear as many enemies as possible. I'm going to force this guy to... There's been a lot of ticks. You can tell when something interesting is going to happen, as an aside, by looking at the animation of the characters. So you see that there's like the 2 frames of animation that Bowie has with his cape flapping in the wind. If it kind of like jars and jitters, that means that a 1 in 32 proc has happened, and that you're going to get something for it. So, if you dare blaze my turtle, I will be upset. Good. I'm going to whack my turtle with a breadstick. Get the baguette. This is... get rid of it. I don't want to deal with the cleric healing. It's a waste of MP. I wanted that MP to go on to the dark smoke. So I was talking about earlier how flying units have a chance to dodge, have a very, very high chance to dodge, and the dark smoke is a flying unit. Magic just ignores that. Magic just hits. Oh my god. Okay, I have 2 sources of damage now. That is really bad. Can you stay on Jahar? Just attack Jahar and no one else. Oh, ho, ho, that's big. That is very big. Okay, he's staying on Jahar. So sometimes they get locked into the tank, sometimes they just choose whoever they want to attack. Seemingly, they're locked into the tank. That is good. Cool, yeah, he's locked into Jahar. That's nice. Perfect. No! There it is, the first dodge of the game. Oh no. That's gonna add some time for the fight. Cool. That's the first chapter done, and that's the end of that fight. Tough one, but we got through it. Okay, so yeah, there's that. What's really cool about this game is that mashing text is really easy. If you press any button, any of the D-pads, A, B or C, and just hold it down, that's all you need to do. What this means is during a run, if you ever want to take a loo break, wait for a cutscene, weigh down your controller, and enjoy. Hell yeah, dude. So what's happening here? basically the entrance to Ark Valley is being opened. Ark Valley is like an evil place of demons, and he plans on opening the sealed evil. So the cracks of the dark powers are opening, and that's especially prevalent with Ark Valley opening. And then Bowie says that he has a bad feeling about this. These tubes of light come down and whisk Gallum and Alice away. Save her! Save her now! Bowie, you're good at performing acrobatics. Yes, I am. Of course. Let's throw me towards the thing. Bowie, save her! Ha ha! Animations. There we go. And Bowie grabs onto the Jewel of Evil. Wow, he's so brave. You know it, sister. So earlier, when I defeated the knight in the Gallum prison, we actually got the Jewel of Light from him. So that was King Gallum's trusted knight. He gave that knight the Jewel of Light, and Gallum took the Jewel of Evil. He needs to go back and get the jewel, because the Jewel of Evil is, as you probably have worked out at this point, that it's the Jewel of Evil. It's a jewel full of evil power that, makes evil power stronger. More evil, dare I say. So, what's really interesting about Bowie and his relationship with his jewels is that he has a mithril chain. He's got some serious bling. His mithril chain basically fuses the jewels to the necklace he has. They just fuse to his mithril chain, and yeah. They are now permanently stuck around Bowie's neck, and they cannot be removed. Don't know why that is. So Bowie actually has a unique status screen as well. We rarely see it, and I probably won't really check any screens. But there's a thing you can do. So whenever you get your character, I should also mention this as well, by the way. I don't know why literally no other strategy RPG literally in the world does this, and I don't know why. But the cursor selects the character, and then the movement is just up. Then you freely move your character and select them. I really, really, really struggle with when you have to press the character to choose, and then you have a look at their movement, and then a little arrow moves to where you're going to move them. Then you say yes, and then they move to that position. Rather than just moving the character, just move the character, when that's happening, anyway, side story, me just raging about SRPGs and why literally none other can come close to this. When your character is selected and their movement is highlighted, if you press the B button, you basically can freely move the cursor to go and check things, either to check enemies' HP, but also to check their stats. If you press the A button when you're kind of like looking on cursors like that, you can check stats of opponents and yourself to kind of get a gauge on, how much damage you're going to do, how likely they are to go fast, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go and grab this secret item here, the quick chicken. Did I get the mithril? I think I did. Oh, well, I'll grab an extra one just to make sure. Yeah, so things are not looking great for Grand Seal with the earthquake and stuff. Chicken is fast. So fast it got caught. Kaboom! That was quick, right? Look at that tower going into the ground. I wonder what that means. And what's that new building just there on the right? Curious. That was close. You're right, Bowie. It was, mate. So what's really interesting is if you don't get Kiwi, these lines that Kiwi has here just get taken out. I'm pretty sure they get given to someone else, actually. I can't remember. It's been a while since I haven't taken off, but yeah. Kiwi has some lines there. Kiwi shows up really weirdly. If you don't get him, his sprite shows up. Hello, what happened here? Alright. The coloration just went a bit weird there. Yeah, his sprite shows up in the next cutscene. For no reason. Don't know why it does it, but yeah. The composition is by a guy called Motoaki Takanouchi, who is not. Oh, that guy moves onto the barrel. I never saw that before. Yeah, he's a very, very solid composer. Camelot, obviously, you know, Camelot used to work with Takanouchi, and then they worked a little bit with why is his name completely lost? Just left my head. He's like one of the most prolific RPG composers. Sakuraba, Motoi Sakuraba. They used him for like Shining Force 3 and Shining the Holy Ark, which is a fantastic dungeon crawler by the way. And then obviously the Golden Sun games. But, no, Camelot have had a history of working with great composers. Takanouchi is like less known, but like his stuff is really good. So this cutscene here, if you don't have Kiwi, if you didn't get Kiwi at all, he doesn't show up here. Oh no, he still does, sorry, he still does. He's there for some reason, even if you don't get him. And if you don't get him, he doesn't show up there. He's not there if you don't get him, but he is there in that previous cutscene. What's really weird is Slade isn't there in that cutscene. It makes no sense. Because he's one of the more important characters in the game in terms of he's the one that started this whole thing. Right then, this is a very difficult fight and one of the harder fights in this game. This is the first fight in Parmesia. This is the name of the continent that we've now gone to. Parmesia, the reason this is so hard is that you can see the enemy's HP has taken a big jump. They're in the 20s now. And there's a lot of 30% tiles hanging around. In fact, that top left set of enemies are going to be pretty much, you're going to be fighting them in a 0%, in a 30% tile. So they're going to have maximum damage reduction, which is going to be very stressful. So yeah, it's pretty tricky. The big thing about this is that we haven't had any new weapons for a long time. Bowie's still using the short sword that he got from the first shop that we went into. There's only one in-between upgrade, so basically the horses, or the centaurs, that's what's really cool about this game as well. That instead of just a dude riding a horse, it's an actual horse. We have centaurs as our knights. And I just have always liked that. He gets half upgrades because he has spears that he can throw for 2 range, and then he's got lances for 1 range. So he gets half upgrades. But no one else has got their next main upgrade. So we're going to get like a massive boost to our attack after this fight. But we have to get through this fight first, which is a particular annoyance when it comes to getting through this fight, because it's slow, it's a bit of a slog. It's just generally difficult, really. And that other the other goblin being on the 30% tile isn't helping. I'm gonna throw out some damage, like just some ones, because it's gonna make a difference. It really is. So the movement glitch, as you see there, I can also do it to move perpendicular like that. It's very hard to get that one right, but you basically have to be able to reach the adjacent space, and then you can kind of like move right and then down alongside the adjacent space available to you. But there has to be an enemy on the space you're trying to squeeze by. So it makes sense to me by explaining it, but it may not be very clear in actuality, so I'm sorry if that's not clear. This is really bad. I want to be moving up with the rest of my characters. Did J-Heart actually outturn the Hunter Goblin? That's really poor. Wasted. I wanted to get J-Har on that guy. But yeah, we wasted his damage. I can't move. J-Har's not going right. J-Har and Kiwi are going up. That's the thing. So. Oh. That's experience wasted, but I'm not sure I can do about it. Yeah, so Kiwi and J-Har are going up. They're going to work together and take out enemies on the side. There's one more trick that we can do with the movement glitch as well, or a couple more tricks. So this run is noted as any percent, and I should say that it's not that that's not accurate. It's more that there is a little bit of discussion currently going on to work out some categories, because there's a bunch of interesting stuff that's going on with the game right now. With the movement glitch, there's a thing called slingshot, and the slingshot glitch is where we can basically move like 1 billion tiles away. You can skip like 4 fights in this game by using the slingshot glitch on this screen, like off the edge, right like 5 squares. It's a really cool glitch, but we're not really going to see that, really. I don't utilize that type of technique in this game. So this any percent is just the any percent that it, whilst we haven't defined the new stuff, basically. That's all, if that makes sense. But yeah, there's a lot of out of bounds stuff and weird stuff that we can do with this game. It's pretty nice that this kind of game has these kinds of glitches and stuff in them. It's nice. It's kind of refreshing, I feel, to have a game that isn't just. I mean, it's one of those things where it is a long run. It is a long run, and it's not like we can just blitz through everything, you know. I think the nice thing about Fire Emblem games is that they can be manipulated in a certain way, so that you can always kind of find answers and things like that to, you know, its problems, which is definitely a strength of Fire Emblem. The fact that you can approach it from the same angle and get fantastic results all the time is a good thing. But that's some good damage. It's nice that despite the fact that this is just kind of like play the game as you see it, it does have some things that can happen. So the record for the longest time was 5:21, and then a newer runner, Cloud Carry, came along and used like some of the newer stuff in terms of manipulation. Because there is some manipulation we can do in this game, but it's not to the same degree. We can manipulate the outcome of our battles, basically, or we can confirm the outcome of our attacks. If we want a double attack, we can get a double attack. Because RNG does advance, you know, in a certain way, and there is some manipulation in it. But yeah, Cloud Carry was doing some work on some manipulation and found a way to get double attacks on certain bosses, and yeah, it's some great stuff, and allows for really interesting strats towards the end of the game. So basically, we're looking at categories that are involving the more manipulative side of it, and the you know, sliding around and glitching really, really hard, and then just utilizing, you know, no battle manipulation, and yeah, so no battle manip, and then just regular glitches like movement glitch. So no major glitches, I guess, is the easiest way to describe it, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of the discussion that's going down right now. So interesting times for Shining Force 2. Attack plus 2. So attack plus 2 at level 11 again is guaranteed unless we get an attack plus 2 earlier. Honestly, the earlier we do want to see it earlier because we have more attack earlier, but if you don't get it, you're guaranteed to get it at level 11. Okay, so Jaha and Kiwi are going to be moving up. There is a movement actually that I haven't yet. There's actually, yeah, that's the thing I haven't quite specified. When you do the extra movement glitches, you know, when I was talking about kind of like going an extra space further by going perpendicular to the direction you want to go, kind of thing, by going like right and down or right and up, all that kind of stuff. Your characters are on a half tile. They are technically in the tile you want them to be in, but they're physically in a half tile. They're locked in place, but they reset when you go into a battle animation. So it's really important if you're going to do a movement glitch that's to the side like that, like to kind of do 2 and you put them on a half tile, that you have a battle animation ready and waiting to clear them from the half tile. I didn't really talk about that earlier, I should. So Chester and Slade are targets. They're targets. I'm sorry guys, I love you both, but you are targets. So this is dangerous. This is a dangerous strat because Kiwi is very vulnerable to the witch. So we actually want to get Kiwi as close as possible to the witch, so she has less incentive to cast freeze. We want her to physically attack. If she will go up and just bop Kiwi on the head, then that's great. Hell yeah, Slade. Slade, the best. I guess the only point that I think a lot of people kind of make that I can't really disagree with in terms of like a thing that's kind of annoying with this game to a degree is that the music resets after every single encounter. So it's like when you are kind of like going into a lot of encounters in a row, you're going to be hearing like the beginning of a song quite a lot. And for for the main theme, this one being quite an explosive start, it's one of those ones that's like, ooh, and again, there it is. It just happens. So there are some game-breaking glitches, yeah, but like not like massive stuff. We do skip fights, and we can skip loads of fights in different ways. Why are you not attacking the two, scapegoats that I had for you? Attack the scapegoats, come on. I don't know why I'm keeping the witch alive. It's a really bad idea. I'm not gonna lie to you. Should be going after the witch first. Buggy's fine. Big damage. Okay, so there's a big quality of life difference in this game, but oh no! To be fair, he only had 1 HP anyway, so she wasted a freeze on him, which I'll take. It's annoying that he died though, I'll say that. Come on, J-Har, get the double attack, mate! That's not a double attack, but it is a double attack. Very nice. So yeah, as I said, freeze can deal 8 to 10 damage like Blaze 2. Single target, 3 MP, so it's balanced. It's a very annoying spell. I don't like it. Okay, cool. As long as the witch melees, we're okay. Oh! Hot diggity damn! Look at that! Oh, come on, J-Har. Don't let me down now, son. I should normally Chester and Slade have died like ages ago, but they're hanging on. Legends. This is sadly a slow fight, but not much I can do about it. Oh my god, J-Har! Why are you a beast? This is amazing. It's been quite slow anyway, but yeah, like J-Har's really kind of saved my skin. Cool. That's the end of that fight. It is quite a long one, but that's how it goes. So the tunnel to the north of Parmesia is blocked by a rock slide. So yeah. We want to try and get through there because the north of Parmesia must have many riches and golds and things. So we're going to head back to the ship. They basically said that what they need to do is they need to dismantle the ship and build a new town because it's not like there's forests or anything that we can use to build instead. But let's just get rid of the ship anyway. So break up the ship, build a town. Pretty dang quick. Welcome to New Grand Seal. A year has passed. Yeah. I mean, I've only had one dodge, which is... Again, knock on wood. The king is just completely devoid of any life ever since Ellis was taken away. He's just like, I can't. And this is our speech. Everything's coming along nicely. We're lacking something. Trading! We need to make alliances. What a great speech, Astral. So to the right is the HQ. In the HQ, if you check the shield symbol at the top of it, there's a secret item called a Warrior's Pride. And I just grabbed the Cheerful Bread. So the Cheerful Bread increases HP by 2 to 4. It has a very specific and useful little like mini glitch in it. That you can use items out of battle, right? When you use the Cheerful Bread out of battle, it doesn't add the HP on top. It adds it from the bottom. So if a character is dead and we use the Cheerful Bread, they revive. Because they're only counted as dead if they have 0 HP. But when you use the Cheerful Bread out of battle, it adds the HP that is given to it from the bottom, not the top. So it increases it to like 2 or 4 HP. And if they have less than 0, they're not dead, so they become alive again. So we actually use it. If we have an unfortunate death in a fight, we just use the Cheerful Bread and go on, rather than having to aggress back and use a church to revive. There are 2 Cheerful Breads in the game. Ideally, I don't want to use the first one until we get later on into the game, because we're more likely to lose characters at end game. So having Cheerful Breads is nice. If a character is dead, use Cheerful Bread. Very much so. So, when it comes to leveling in this game, in Shining Force 1, you promote your characters at you can start promoting them from level 10, and then they cap out in non-promotion at level 20. In Shining Force 2, you can start promoting them at level 20, and they cap out at level 40. In Shining Force 1, when you promote your characters, they go down stats. But they don't just go down completely, they go down to a number based on the level you promote them. So different characters have different priorities in promotion. Some you want to promote immediately at level 10, like mages, but like some characters like the knights, like Pele for example, or Ernest, you want to get them to like the mid-teens and then promote them then, because they can make use of the extra strength they have for longer than when they promote, get the weapons to bolster their attack and get the buffs they need later on as well. So Shining Force 1 has a bit more interesting difference in terms of when you promote characters. Shining Force 2, I'll go into it a little bit more in a second, where I'm just going to quickly save here. So we have Peter the Phoenix. He's currently a Phoenix kid. He looks a bit like a turkey. He's the strongest character in the game. In all of Shining Force, he's the best character there is. He is absolutely busted, and I'll expound upon that as we go. But first of all, I need to get an attack plus 4. Oh yes! Attack plus 4. There it is. Peter is the strongest character in the game. He is very, very, very strong indeed. I'm just going to buy a middle sword here. Why am I buying it first? Should we sell it first? Sell first. I'm going to sell the short sword. I'm going to sell the wooden sword. Yeah, so Peter is the strongest character in the game. He has a very, very high chance. He always gets attack plus 2. So there are 2 types of physical attackers in this game. You've got weapon users and non-weapon users. Because weapon users have a weapon to augment their damage, they tend to only get attack plus 1, and then the odd attack plus 2, because a lot of their damage is coming from their weapons. Non-weapon users don't have this luxury, so they have to get attack plus 2 in order to keep their attack ticking over naturally. Peter also has a chance to get attack plus 3. I'm going to be looking for attack plus 3s, because I'm looking for a very specific attack value. Again, that'll matter a little bit more. But yeah, promoting. In promoting Shining Force 2, when you promote, the stats don't change at all. You keep the stats you have when you promote. You go back down to level quote-unquote 21, because if you promote at level 20, you are then level 1 in your new promotion, you're level 21. And then in Shining Force 3, you gain stats. So promotion priority changes depending on the game you play. We are actually going to level up past level 20, because level curves in this game, characters remain on their level curve until level 30. When you hit level 31 and onwards, they are off level curve, and it's just you get 1 or 2 stats. It's just a 50-50 shot for 1 or 2 stats. So we're going to be pushing those stats a little bit. Okay. So this is the Trudge. Welcome to the Trudge. We call the Trudge because it is an absolute trudge. And the reason it is an absolute trudge is because the strongest character in the game, Peter, isn't human controlled. For the first 4 fights that he is part of, he is controlled by the AI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the way this fight works is Peter, when he is controlled by the AI, will only move 2 spaces. That's what he moves. He moves 2 spaces. Unless he can reach an enemy, where he'll move the full distance that he needs to reach the enemy, or he cannot move to the space he wants to go to, and he'll move 1 space. Peter sucks. He also does a metric butt ton of money. Of damage. Of money. He does a metric butt ton of damage. And that's great. But we need him to do the damage. That's the most important thing. So we need to basically kill and move as far forward as possible to leash enemies to us within range of Peter, so Peter moves as far as possible to explode the enemies. That's what this entire next 4 fights are about. Is about getting Peter moving and killing. Because he is just unchallenged damage. He is just too strong. So we need to get him in the fight and dealing damage as quickly as possible whilst keeping ourselves safe and keeping ourselves, effective. Can he reach that archer? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So again, Slade and Chester are going to be meat shields. They're going to just take all the damage they need. Pretty much. It's a very dangerous one. A very powerful, very scary Tamagotchi. So, oh! Ho, 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 ho. I've run this guy a game for 5 years. I've never seen him move in that direction. I wish you could see my face. It's fine. It's fine. It's apparently fine. Whatever. I don't want to lose Kiwi. It means that I just have to keep another character safe. But Kiwi's really powerful. He gets attack +2 as well because he's a non-weapon user. Jehar, my friend. This is not okay. MP plus, not bad. Our stats are looking okay. I want to get rid of that bat. I want to get rid of it. There's no way I don't want to get rid of it. I just couldn't be sure that Peter was going to outturn the bat after Jehar had his turn. The most important thing I want to do is clear damage from the screen. If there's damage that I can take off the screen, clearing it is just the most important thing. So I want Slade to stay alive now because Kiwi's been killed. Kiwi and Slade are the only ones who can move through forest, and I need a forest mover to activate enemies in the next fight. So I've talked like briefly about activation because, like, you know, it happened in the prison fight, didn't it? Where, you know, we got to a certain point and the knight activated, came up, all that kind of stuff. Activation is going to be very, very important. It's based on a thing that I've kind of called the sphere of influence in this game, where that's really good that you wasted this place too, Winchester. That there are basically spheres of influence that if you break within these spheres, the enemies will activate and, you know, come after you. Sometimes I just have to warm my movement up to do it. But yeah, if we move within these spheres of influence, the enemies will activate and move into us. So, you've got to be kidding me! Kazan's gonna get murderated. He probably will die from the back if it attacks him. Oh no. This is a risky move. I mean, so far so good. It's not awful, but that's going to be a dead Sarah, I feel. Ooh. She is hanging in there. $10 damage, of course. The maximum damage roll, because, you know, the enemy used the spell. So. Please hit by 8. Please hit by 8. Of course. Oh. Okay, that's a cheerful bread out the window. It was either Sarah goes and heals him and dies, or something else. I don't know. It's just... Oh, video game. I love you so much. So yeah, the middle sword and the middle axe I bought for Bowie and Jehar really just make them powerhouses now. They're just super strong. HP +4. So, okay, as we're leveling, when it comes to promoting Peter, I'm not going to promote Peter when he gets to a certain level. I'm not really too worried about his level. I'm worried about his attack value. That's more important. I want Peter to have 80 attack power by a certain point before I promote him, because then it allows him to have enough strength to do one-shots whilst also being able to level effectively. So when you level past level 21 in non-promotion, when you promote yourself, you go back down to level 21, quote-unquote. So you gain the experience if you're level 21 again. So Peter's going to get like super buff, and then we're going to promote him, and then he's just going to get like insane amounts of experience again. So he'll be leveling on regular level curve, on regular experience curve. I did not heal Kazan, and that's a worry. 10. Mingo is a strength of 1 character. There are 3 characters that are, like, oddball kind of designs, I guess. Kiwi, being a turtle. Attack +2. Let's go, Pete. So Peter has a very, very low chance of getting attack +3 in non-promotion. And I want to see 2 of those. I want to. Not that I have to. It's fine, but I want to. And again, I'll explain why I want to see it at a certain point. It does become relevant. I need to heal Cassie. I haven't healed him. I keep forgetting to. I wanted to move in 1 space to the right as well to activate the witch. She's active, but she's not going to be fully aggressive just yet. Yeah, huge space over there. So healing in this game, we do have Sarah. I mean, like, we take a lot of damage. Healing is not. It is. I wouldn't say it's an absolute necessity, but it's one of those things that just happen. These fights are long and enemies hit hard, and you know you're going to be finding yourself needing to heal more often than not. That's an interesting position because now Peter can go down rather than going right, and I love it when Peter goes down. Don't kill him, just weaken him. Pick your poison, Peter. Oh, that was funny. You guys killed the witch. Blah 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 blah. Hit by 10, please. Please hit by 10. That's really tricky. I'm not sure. I want Peter to go down again. I don't want him to go up to the right. I mean, he can go to the right, but it's faster if he goes down now. Bowie just needs to hit by 11, which he can do. So flying units, the one thing about the flying units, oh my word, flying units don't have any land effect. Because they're in the air, they're not affected by land effect. So flying units will always take maximum damage. They won't be getting plus 30%. But the vampire bats are just tanky as all get out. That is not enough damage, Mr. Hero. Yeah. That's why I wanted to kill him, so Peter didn't go right. I now have to keep the dwarf alive and just let it wail on Bowie for wail on JR for a little bit. So Slade is going to go down to the bottom right because these guys over here, the guys on the bottom right, I want to basically aggro them really early. So this is why I want to have someone alive who can move through the trees, and that's why because you know, sure I lost Kiwi, but Slade makes up for it, I guess. I'm going to throw Slade down to the wolves. I'm sorry, Slade, I do love you. But, yeah. This bat's been activated, which is nice. That bat's been activated as well. Getting experience, left, right, and centre. Stealing all my EXP. Okay, he's active. Cool. That's the bat I wanted to activate. I want to get rid of. I want. What's his move? It's 6, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well you can blaze me. I want him to waste his blaze. That wasn't clear. My kind of marker for finishing this fight to know that I'm on like a good run, like a good pace. Not that I need to be now, but if we're being on a good run, quote unquote, I want to be finishing this fight sub 130. I think my like best is like a 127 finish or something, which is like really really fast. But, yeah. Oh ho 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 ho! Peter, why do you forsake me? You had no reason to move into that position, did you? No, you didn't. But you did it anyway, and you cocked up my entire strat. Thanks, mate. Big fan. You're hanging. You're hanging. Oh, this is not looking good at all. Bowie's got more HP, so he can likely survive some stuff. But yeah, this is not looking good. I don't want to lose anyone apart from Slade. Slade's the only one I want to lose here. Because I kind of mentioned it earlier. So taking out enemy characters from the party, this is where positions, like starting positions, is going to start being a thing. So in Shining Force 1, characters are set into a starting position, and if they're dead, that position is free. So you can, sort your force out based on where you want people to be. In Shining Force 2, there are numbers that are set in for positions. From 1 to 12, and that anyone who dies, that space is clear and everyone moves up the list. They move up the list to the next one. So, so Bowie, Sarah, Chester, right? It'll start Bowie, Sarah, Chester. But if Chester dies, it'll be Bowie, Chester in slots 1 and 2. So that's how that works. That's very, very crucial for getting us through certain fights or certain strategies working in a particular way. Because we want characters to be in certain start positions to be able to maximise, their movement and the damage that they can potentially deal. That's actually good from the witch because now the bird will come down. Good. So this witch has a power ring, and it's very important that I get this ring. Accessories are a thing. This is the first accessory we get, the power ring here. The power ring, when you equip it, increases attack by 5. Big thumbs up emoji. When you use it, it casts the attack spell. And the attack spell is a buffing spell. And I've mentioned that Peter is busted before, and I haven't really explained why. I mean, there you go. So, when you use the attack spell, you get a buff to your base attack of 37.5%, which depreciates by 12.5% every turn until it's cleared. So, 37.5, 25, 12.5, back to base. That's how the buff works. And note my wording there. It increases the base attack by 37.5. Not the attack you have, your base attack. So if Bowie has 100 attack power, but 50 of that is coming from his weapon, he's only going to get a buff on 50 attack. Peter is getting a buff on the whole lot. The whole shebang. So Peter has a buff which just is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But I tried to split there. Why did I try and split? Whoops. Sorry, my numbers are going wrong. I got used to splitting. Sorry. But yeah. So Peter's buffs are just insane. So if he's at 100 attack power, he gets 37 attack. So with everyone dead, apart from the 5 that I want left in the party, there's a very specific positioning that we're all going to be in. Peter has basically moved up 1 space, and that's very important for these strats to go well. So, Kazan's going to move to the left. Bowie is going to move up to this space here. That will move. So Peter's going to move behind Bowie. Now the first turn, the Dark Dwarfs don't move. Now I'm looking for a little bit of RNG to roll in my favour now. On the next turn, the Dark Dwarf there, on that screen now, I want him to move before Bowie. If he does, he'll move 2 spaces to the right, which is at the very, very top. What this means is... Damn, that's not good. I wanted the thing to move first. Peter will now attack that Dark Dwarf. If the Dark Dwarf goes first, Bowie doesn't have to wait around an extra turn, and he can move straight to the left, and he can deal with the guys on the left-hand side. I can't do that now, but Peter will, of course, head up and murder this guy. It was okay. The worst case scenario is Peter goes first before the Dark Dwarf, which is like the rarest thing, but you know, running this game for long enough, you'll see it. I also once did this fight without a healer. I had no Sarah and did it. was an insane fight. I gold him by like 30 seconds. It was done. I didn't deserve it. Oh wow, the outturn. Brutal outturn. That is a bad outturn. No need for the Dark Dwarf to do that. This cave is in the shape of a question mark, quite charmingly, and yeah, the whole like spotlight idea is it's annoying the first time you see it, but honestly, it's not that bad because you can just take the B button on a walk and find out where things are anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Bowie, please go. Don't mind that. Normally I've given them power ring over to Bowie. Jayhar has the power ring just for the start there because he needs to take down the Dark Dwarf, but after that it's fine. So this is the second to last of the Trudge fight. We've got one more after this. The next fight and the last fight of the Trudge is my all-time least favourite fight in this game. It is the worst fight in the game. I'm usually quite a, I mean, at this point, I'm normally quite a measured head when it comes to this game. I mean, outside of the outbursts. I don't really get tilted with this game anymore because I know that it's just, you know, top to bottom BS, but, you know, I've made my peace with it. But the next fight is the only one that can still actively, on the reg, just tilt me. It's not good. It's really not good. But, you know, we all have our weaknesses, right? Ooh, that is a cheeky attempt. What did Sarah do to deserve that? That was a really annoying position as well. Like, I need to get Kazan healed. If the archer had attacked anyone but Sarah, I could have not wasted Sarah's attack or Sarah's turn healing. But... Right. Bat go first. No! To be fair, at level 14, Peter can kill these guys, which is nice, obviously. But Peter is also still vulnerable to stuff. So don't get yourself killed, you silly bird. Legendary god, my backside. Don't get tilted. Don't get tilted, I swear. Check this poison, bro. We called it! We called it! Oh no! Oh no! The dodge, though. This is awful! This is not ideal! Peter gets damaged by 2 because of the poison. Oh, okay, that's lucky! That's actually really good. Because the freeze would have killed him. Oh, yeah, take that! Oh no, the chess fight's amazing. It's a brilliant fight, just so good. I love the chess fight. Have I equipped it? Damage! Please one-shot this one as well. Don't hit it by 19. That's good from Peter, actually. I'm impressed. This fight has gone curiously well. Go on, Pete. Do what you need to do. So, losing all the characters as well down to 5 not only helps this fight, but it helps the next one as well. It's very important that I have Kaz in a particular position, because by having Kaz in there actually allows me to get a 1-up on this next fight too. Quickly just going to use Detox to remove that poison from the verb. Fun fact, if Sarah is dead, she can still cast Detox. Haha. So earlier I was talking about how if you get a stat early, you won't get it at a level that you're guaranteed to get it. This includes using buffs like Protect Milk and Power Water. So actually, I got that Protect Milk. I'm not going to use it now. I'm going to wait until Bowie hits level 16, where he gets Defense +2. Then I can use it on him afterwards and make him even tankier. Healing drop. 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And a healing, and an angel wing. A healing wing. Please, Bowie. You drunk? I'm not. I wish, no. Yeah, the Phoenix is auto revived because he's a Phoenix, so. Doing runs of solo Bowie is kind of fun, because his Phoenix is always there. What's all this noise then? Meh, a boy came down from the volcano, and he's blinded. Dang. Bring him into my house. I like how even when characters have fallen over, they still have their shadow, like where it is on their feet, kind of thing, is to the side. Okay, so this is the worst fight in the game. This is the last fight where Peter is AI controlled. After this, he joins my party proper, and I don't have to worry. I have played Del Angry, so yeah, not a bad series. So, yeah. Kazin goes first if he's in that position, which puts him here. Which means that when the Hobgoblins inevitably outturn Peter, like that, and they do, Peter is now, you guessed it, 6... Oh, no! No! Bowie, please, no! Oh, no! Oh, that is... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. That's really bad. That's all you need to know. Sarah doesn't have to heal this turn, but that is really bad. Oh no. That is a very rare occurrence. The reason I put Kazin is that they're Kazin there because that just doesn't happen. I'm not afraid of Kazin dying, but yeah. 1 in 32, you know? That's a very low percentage chance. One in 8 is what? 12.5? So 1 in 32 is like... something small, 3 point something. It just means that the weight is going to be shifted onto both Bowie and Jehar. So what this is it's just going to be... It's not an impossible fight to win. It's just going to be a slow fight. I can't do the fast strats. The fast strats are really cool. They're incredibly volatile and not consistent and don't work half the time. But when they work, you know, I have a smile. And, you know, something I like is generally smiling. That's a good feeling. Smiling is good, and we should do it more often. But this game makes it very hard to let me smile. Because, you know, I love it clearly a lot more than it loves me. So I'm going to have to slow this down and basically let Peter into the fight. Good. Okay, well, he got that anyways. So there's a bit of the map's topography here that you might have seen, or geography, I guess, one or two. There's a little space there where there's a little bit of craterage. The craters naturally slow down your movement, and there's 2 enemies waiting, and there's only one width gap to move through. Okay, and I can get into it. Okay, cool. This is a bottleneck, and bottlenecks suck. So when the enemies are here and I can't get through, Peter's gonna go down. It's Peter. Oh no, are you serious? Oh, okay, we got through. This is dangerous, but you know, I can. Go and attack Bowie from the top, Mr. Hobgoblin. Go and attack Bowie from the top, Mr. Hobgoblin. Oh, absolute shame. Cheers, Pete. Super handy there, bro. So you can see my issue. Healers who can heal, you know, about 17,000 times in the game, next to a bottleneck, next to 2 enemies that and they are 2 enemies that require 2 hits to kill, and might I add, and the monks are about as fast as Bowie. So it's a 50-50 shot whether I outturn them or not. Oh my lord. Godlike strategies. I can't believe this. Are you serious? Thanks, Pete. That's actually helpful. I can't believe it. That's actually helpful. That's amazing. So I haven't got a healer now. Because she got absolutely annihilated by the monk. Oh my word. Oh, jeez. Okay. Here we go. Blast. I want her to attack, not 50. I'm Don't go right, Pete. If Pete went after the witch, I would have just, I don't know. I would have screamed. Sure. Go on, Pete. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. The Death Monk got a really early turn, and I think on a 0% tile, Bowie can probably do this. Yeah. And now I've got the healing from Jayhar to come behind. To keep Bowie propped up. I'm going to use a healing drop. I don't want to, but I need to. Just because the archer can double attack and it's scary. So. This is actually really nice. Well, it's not. The overall fight is an absolute catastrophe. Don't worry. The overall fight's a catastrophe. But the... Oh no. Peter, if you take up that spot. Okay, cool. Oh man. Okay. Peter, do not go after the Hobgoblin, please. Thank you. Oh, I'm so angry. How can you defeat DeVille's? Boom. So that was another leader fight. The archer was the one we wanted to defeat. So I have to go to the church because 2 people died when 0 people should die. So the thing that I wanted to do is movement is not random. Movement is set to your movement speed. If you have a move of 5, your max move is 5. But terrain types can hinder movement. So for example, horses are not very good on deserts or in forests, but dwarves are. and rats are, and birds fly over it all. So birds are completely unhindered by terrain types. Turn order is completely random. Not completely random. It's based on the agility. At the beginning of the turn, every single character's turn in an overall turn order from fastest to slowest is locked in. At the beginning of the turn, every character has an agility roll. And based on the agility that they roll, I think it's anywhere from like 70 to maximum speed. So 70% to maximum to 100% speed roll. They will roll between. And depending on that, they'll either get outturned or outturn their opponents. Which makes the game very exciting. Rather than being able to, we can manipulate this game, but not in the way that other games that are all kind of come from the same position do. We can't manipulate the turn order. The turn order cannot be manipulated, but what happens when we attack can be. I'm not doing any manipulation in this run. This is an 80% with no manipulation. But we haven't categorized any differences yet between manip and no manip just yet. So. This is another cutscene. If you want a loot break, you can take a loot break. This is Volcanon, the god of Bedo. And he's like, I'm the god of Palm, and I look after all the things. And he's like, whoa, this guy's from Grand Seal? Grand Seal caused the trouble. I'm not gonna help you out. You need to sort this out yourself. This is a problem for the ground folk, not us flying folk. So. I'm actually like absolutely dumbfounded that I only have 2 dodges up to this point, but the run is still of a similar quality, as if I had like 10. Oh man, the turn orders. So turn order can affect time loss in a way that you can't even imagine. Sure, you could get outturned and a character could die, or you could not outturn an opponent to get damage off the table, or anything like that, or they can dodge. That kind of stuff is just a thing that exists. But like turn orders, which is just enemies getting their turns in the game, can affect your turn order and speed. Sorry, can affect the speed of the game. Because for example, 2 characters on opposite sides of the map could get goes after each other, and then it goes back. So if there's 2 enemies in the bottom left and one in the top right, and it goes bottom left, top right, bottom left, that's a lot more time loss than bottom left, top right. If that makes sense. Do I have the quick ring? So yeah, it's one of those things where there are small bits of time loss that can just happen by turn orders being what they are sometimes. But that's just part of the game. Right, Sarah needs to come back. And Kazan needs to come back. Where was the third dodge? I counted the counter attack that dodged, and the attack on the dark smoke that dodged. I haven't seen it. I only counted 2, I think. Yeah, I've seen the third. I don't count my character's dodges, it's only the times the enemies dodge, because that counts towards time loss. So this is Gehalt, one of the best characters in the game, but unfortunately he's hindered by one main thing that makes him really poor, sadly. And that's his movement range is 5. Which is really annoying, and he's not good. He has 5 movement, and he's not good in forests either. It's a real, like, double whammy of unfortunate setup. Why did I put Bowie there? Okay, so, I'm gonna do... Oh, okay, that's really annoying. I'm gonna do a thing which is, like, very, cool, but this is turn order manipulation. It's not done with any kind of sense of actual of like game code, but what's happening is Peter has just equipped the quick ring mid-battle. So when you equip the quick ring, you gain 5 agility, which makes you super fast. That's great, obviously, we like that. That means that on the next turn, Peter will have 5 extra agility, so he's going to start really slow, then we equip him with the quick ring, he's now going to be really fast and goes at the top of the turn. So... There's 3. That's fine. So I want Gehalt to die. He's very powerful and on par to a degree. I think he's slightly less than Peter, but he's basically, for the most part, in like a casual playthrough, on par with Peter in terms of war attack. He is a very, very powerful character. The only issue is, as I say, he can't move. And in non-promotion, he does have a strange penchant for getting attack +1, which is very upsetting. But if you get a lot of attack +2s from him in non-promotion, he'll be strong. I'll talk about promotion curves when I do promote my characters, so not to overload you now. But his promotion curve is on a different level, but also kind of interesting compared to Peter's. So I'm moving Gehalt over to the left to hopefully have him be defeated by the enemies. Because he needs to die, because him dying means that it basically shifts everyone up a position in the starting position for the next fight. And I was talking about how certain strats require that, and the next fight is one that requires it. So Bowie just used the boost spell on Peter to augment his attack, and now Peter is going to hit like several like a several car pileup. It's going to be pain. It's going to be pretty painful. He's just going to like wreck. It's like just like a truck. Bosh, done. There is a leader in this fight. There is a leader in this fight. My ring is cracked. If the ring cracks, I have to fix it, which is really, really sucky. But... So now that I've gone slow, I'm now going to equip the quick ring, and Peter will go super fast in the next turn to get over to the Master Mage and finish the fight. Because the Master Mage is the leader of the fight. He should be level 15. You absolute cretin. Huh. I think I'm dead. Dodge. Oh, he's dead. That should be a wipe and a reset. Depending on damage here. 5. Hobgoblin should do 4. Oh, 1. Zombie? Yeah, because you're going to heal. If the zombie does 9, I'm going to be sad. But Peter may survive this because he dodged that one archer. I rarely see that. I think I've only had the 1 HP survival about 3 times. Okay, good. Pete should be alright then. That is very unfortunate though. Go on, Pete, don't let me down. Thank you, mate. Oh my word. Thanks, mate. The fight should have finished, but of course. We don't need anyone to back him up because he shouldn't not kill that guy. He has way too much attack. The enemy is sitting on a 0% tile. Pete's got like, I don't know, 60 odd attack at this point. He's huge. There's no way that the thing should survive. I don't really know if it's the case for that particular fight. So there's only one major difference in the Japanese version to this version of the game, and the Japanese version has dev tools stuck in the game still. So it's kind of hard to explain, but in the Japanese version, if I was to press or like have a target over my opponent, and then before I select the attack to attack, if I was to hold down the left button on the D-pad, it would mitigate 5 damage. You just deal 5 less damage. If you were doing 10, you do 5. If you were to hold right for a physical attack in Shining Force 2 Japanese version, Koen no Fuyin, you do a double attack dodge counter dodge. It just neutralizes the entire fight. It's a guaranteed double attack which are both dodged, the enemy counters and you dodge if you hold down right. So for magic, it's again mitigate 5 damage holding left, and then holding right is a guaranteed crit for magic. These dev tools are just stuck in the game in the Japanese version. Don't know why they're still there, but they're there. This has an echo in the Western version. The dev tools aren't in this version. They're not. They've been taken out. They were patched out. However, there is a glitch that sometimes occurs where you do get the 5 damage down glitch. Sometimes enemies that shouldn't survive by like 3 HP because the damage down glitch just happens, or the mitigation that is in the Japanese version occurs. And I don't know quite why that happens. Haven't figured it out. It might just be like an echo of input that kind of like sticks in the game or something. I don't know, but I have seen it. I'm not saying that was the case, but it could be. It's whatever. But yeah. Whew. Luke the Birdman has joined the force. Luke is a pretty cool character. He's very good. He's definitely weak in terms of defense, but he actually has very good agility. He's got amazing agility. He always goes first. And because he's a weapon user, you can augment his damage pretty well. And he does sometimes get attack +2 in non-promotion. But he is quite vulnerable to damage, so you do have to be careful with him. But he is very good if you level him up. Okay, so we fixed our power ring. So you may have noticed that when I use the ring, I check the status screen. I turned off text display in battle, so I don't see like, it's Bowie's attack. He did 17 damage. And you just do the attack and it's done. However, you do see experience and level ups, but you don't see things like, your ring cracked. Cracks appeared in the ring. If a ring cracks, if you use it again, it breaks and it's gone forever. It's just disappeared from the game. It's destroyed. I do not want the power ring to crack. So by having Gahult dead, Peter and Luke both get shuftied up to the top side of the raft. Very important. Luke takes Gahult's spot, basically. And by shufting them both up to the top of the raft, hopefully Peter goes first. He did. Of course he did. Absolute gem. Peter's meant to go first, and then he unequips the ring, and then Luke buffs him up and gives him the power ring in 2 turns, but it doesn't make a difference, really. It's just the preferred setup. It didn't happen, but the ring has to come off anyway, so that Luke definitely goes first. You can't check the ring's quality in the item menu, only in the status menu. So if you go to your items and go back to use, you won't see the status. You have to go into the status menu to check. Very important to do that. So Peter with the quick ring on can hopefully outturn the Kraken on the next turn. Yeah, my boy! And if you want to be like on a good run, like a good pace, is sub 2 Kraken. That's like really, really good pace. So the Kraken got wrecked, which is nice and easy. And we're going to get our last weapon upgrade for a bunch of characters. We're going to get 2 steel swords and a power axe. Want to equip the power ring, and Peter wants to take off the... Now I'm going to make my next save in game here. So whenever you save the game, you egress back to the town that you saved in. So I will be making saves here and there just for the purposes of egressing and fast movement across stuff. May the light always be on your side. So yeah. Now comes one of 2 very annoying fights. So this is the desert fight. We have to do both of the desert fights. If we make use of the slingshot glitch, you can skip this fight. I was talking about the slingshot glitch earlier. But you can actually skip this fight and grab the old man really, really early. But, you know, it's whatever. That is... good. Good! That is good! That is very good. But we go first. Oh! This is good! So Bowie can weaken the monk. Don't double attack, thank you, mate. And Peter, because he's slow, because he has unequipped his quick ring, goes last. Then he equips the quick ring and goes quickly again. Strategy! So I want Peter to get as many hits onto the stronger enemies as possible. So the Black Monk and the Master Mage give you 49 experience until level 20. I haven't really talked about level caps in this game and how experience works. But experience in this game is based on level cap. So how much damage you do, whether it's a kill, all that kind of stuff, is based on your experience. If I was to talk about a level cap on an enemy, so this enemy has this level cap. What that level cap means is that when you are that level, you only get 1 experience for killing the opponent. So I always want to attack and defeat the high level enemies at all times, so that I get maximum experience. There's 24 experience there. If it was a kill, it would have been 49. That's not ideal. So yeah, that's kind of how I want to roll. Whether or not that happens, I don't know. So there's the attack +2, defense +2, agility +1. That's a guaranteed level up. The only thing that's not guaranteed in that particular setup is the MP up, but the 2-2-1 is guaranteed if you don't do anything or don't get early setups. So now that I have got the defense +2, I'm going to use the protect milk with Bowie and give him 2 to 4 extra defense, which is helpful. He has to solo a boss. It just takes a lot of pressure off him. We will get to the character bit a bit later when we get there. That should be a dead Luke. A bit unfortunate. I don't really want to lose Luke that early. Luke is really good and really helpful for this fight and the next. But I just brute forced it. Ooh, big dodge. Yeah, but whatever, you know. Sarah should be fully there. We want to be moving as positively as possible throughout this fight. Very important to kind of keep that space moving. You can see it's a long fight. Lots to get through, and yeah, it's just important to really nail that. Yeah! I'm going to count that dodge, though. You always count the dodges. Very important. Wow. Got very lucky. Interesting. If that golem out turns J hard, that's actually a really good position. Really? At level 7, Sarah gets... oh, you already moved? Interesting. At level 7, Sarah gets heal 2, which is pretty cool. So again, MP or magic is like guaranteed damage, so I don't have to worry too much about Kazin dealing damage. He doesn't get Blaze 3 until quite a while. He's... I haven't really talked about promotion and kind of like the interesting stuff in there. But there are two types of promotion. A regular promotion that if you just promote a character. Not everyone, most characters will just do this. Then certain classes, if you pick up a particular item, allows for different promotions. And actually we will be utilising one of them. So earlier I talked about the Warrior's Pride in the HQ at Grand Seal. If you give this to like Jehar or a Warrior, normally their regular path of promotion is to a Gladiator. Very tanky, not as fast, and just, you know, deals a lot of damage and takes a lot of damage kind of thing, but doesn't move very far. With a Warrior's Pride, the warriors become... they become... barons. God, my mind's completely blank. They become barons, and they get one extra move speed, which is really good to be able to move an extra distance. Barons are generally better, and they're still fairly tanky. They're not as tanky as Gladiators, but they're still pretty tanky anyway, so it's fine. Gladiators get a higher chance of defense 3 and HP 3, and that's about it in terms of defense. I would always take a Baron for myself. Big dodge. Big counter. Let's go. Any percent does not include the post-ending fight. It depends if Questing for Glory allow me to wait for the endings. You have to wait 5 minutes on the ending screen, but that might take a while. Probably not in the best interest of the marathon. Unless I'm super underestimated, I guess. But my estimate is very liberal. Sub 6 is kind of like a guarantee. I say it's a guarantee. I've been doing runs on my stream for a while of this game, obviously, but I'm gonna attack you because you're more experienced. Yeah, I've been doing runs of this game for a while, and I've gone over 6 hours like 3 times in the last like 2 years. So I'm more than likely to not go over it, but you can never be too sure. Go punch my bird? What's that about, dude? Very nice. Okay, so please. Oh, Pater. Why do you forsake me? How much experience do you have? Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I want to get Peter to level 19 by the end of this fight. That's kind of the important thing. If he doesn't, I mean, I'm not going to cry about it, but... I mean, I am going to... To be fair, I am going to cry about it. Level 19 is very important, so I'm going to do an incredibly tight snipe for the next fight. An incredibly tight snipe. Level 19 is like the only time when it's kind of quote-unquote guaranteed. Anything less than that, and you're hanging. You have got to be kidding me. Video game? I swear. I'm a fan. I honestly am. I wouldn't have dedicated my entire like online alias to you if I didn't love you. But come on. Let's go, Kazin! Babushka! Yes! He probably would have got more experience if I actually used magic. That's not fun. There it is, level 19. So these guys' level cap is 19. At level 19, you get 1 experience for killing them. Yeah. The French bread wins. Yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome to Questing for Glory. It's an online marathon that just kind of showcases loads of RPGs to loads of people. This is Shining Force 2. It's a strategy RPG on the Sega Mega Drive. And it's amazing. I thought you had 7 HP, I don't know why. Sorry, I should have used Blaze 2. I don't know why. Let's just add some time to the run, that's fine. Losing these long fights is really sad, because they're like, this is like a 10-minute fight. 9, it feels like super nice. Go on, bird! Bosh. Okay, cool. So that's the desert. The reason we want to go over here is because we want to find an old man. What you're meant to do is you're meant to go left, and then you find that there's a shrine to the west, and in the shrine's a big old dude called Taros, which is a translation of Talos, but I'm going to call him Taros anyway. So Taros is a big dude guarding an ancient caravan. There's a scholar in Hassan, which is the name of the village I was just in where I saved. There's a scholar in there who wants to get the caravan, and it basically will help us explore new areas in Palm. So in order to get the caravan, we have to defeat Taros. We can't defeat Taros unless we have a very special weapon called the Achilles Sword. In order to get the Achilles Sword, we need to get into a shrine that this guy here can open us up to. So this guy opens up the shrine. So we needed to go to the east to get this guy, because basically he wants to get back to Grand Seal, and our ultimate idea is to get back to Grand Seal. We have to get back there and stop the evil king from reviving and all that kind of stuff. So he says, I want to go back to Grand Seal 2, is in this cave. And after the fight, I'm going to kind of skip ahead. After the fight, the door that gets us to Grand Seal is locked. Even he can't open it. But whilst we're in here, we can pick up an item that gets us the Achilles Sword. Kind of lucky, really. Yeah, so this big snipe is dangerous. At level 19, it's I think I've only failed it with damage down glitch, but Peter is going to be moved here, and I'm going to use the power ring to buff up Peter. At level 19, he's got enough attack power to one-shot the leader. It's a very hard snipe because the leader has a lot of HP. At level 18, you can do it, but the damage roll, I've seen damage rolls as low as 3 HP remaining, which is like really bad. So, yeah. It's kind of weird how the numbers work, because even though I get like +2 attack, it basically clears the chance of it being like failed. But yeah. So we move in those particular positions so that the gargoyle can't reach us, and this should finish the fight. He dodged. 1 in 32 chance. +2 turns, we lose 2 minutes. Honestly, +2 turns, lose 2 minutes. The only thing that can stop this fight from winning is a dodge. You... Bowie, do not get outturned by that gargoyle, I swear. Bowie, if you die, if you get outturned by this gargoyle, I'm going to cry. Like intense tears. Oh no. Thank God I used that to protect milk. My word. My word. This is a very large question mark. Ah, the dodge, dude. I don't know. That's upsetting. So to be fair, it's not about the number of dodges that matters, it's actually the severity of the dodge. Like, if the dodge is like really bad like that, then it basically is plus 1 minute, because normally it's like a minute to get through a turn order per like turn. So yeah, if you're meant to one-shot an enemy and they dodge or they get left with 1 HP, it's plus 1 minute. Based turn orders and based everything else, I don't know. Right, so we're going to grab this, which is a wooden panel. Wooden panel. And then we're going to grab another power water. So, again, I'm going to be rolling for a +4 on the power water to again get Peter's attack up. He hasn't got any +3s yet, which is kind of sad. I want to have seen one by now, honestly. But I haven't, so sad face. So I skipped this town beforehand. You're meant to come here earlier, and yeah, there's like a long cutscene, and then you get a character, May, the best archer in the game, let's say. We actually don't get her. I'm sorry, May. She's great. I love May. She's really, really cool. But we don't get her. She's a centaur as well, just like Chester. But she's a centaur archer, which is just so cool. So, there's the Achilles sword. I'm also going to grab an extra mithril, because I think I didn't pick up one of the ones I normally get. So. Jump! This cutscene plays twice, because you're scripted to continue. Maya! Regress back and save, because I do not want to get anything but a +4. Here we go. So I'm holding down B for the for half of those options, so I only get the ones that matter. Please. I'm only doing turbo mode, the rest is all B, so that I come on. Apologies if my capture starts stuttering. I'm using an OSSC, so sometimes the connection gets a little bit weird when I do resets. That was on Gehalt. Oh my word. Okay, so +4 on the power water. So that's now +8 for Peter's total attack. we're kind of closing in on the section where it's going to matter, so I want to get Peter to 80 attack power by the time he's promoted. So the +8, obviously, and these consistent +2s. If I get consistently +2, by the time Peter hits level 30, he will have 76 attack power. And as I was mentioning, that after level 30, you go off curve. So the chance of Peter getting level, or getting 2 attack after level 30 is very, very low. It's like a 50% chance rather than just guaranteed. So we want to get, if we get 2 attack +3s before level 30, Peter will have 78 attack power at level 30. So it's only potentially one level to get what we want. So this fight is the second of these fights. Bad turn order. You want Bowie to get outturned by that gargoyle, because Bowie can do a movement glitch to attack it early. We didn't get it because this game hates me. So the Achilles sword can only be equipped by a swordsman or a hero, which are the 2 classes of Bowie. When you promote Bowie, he goes from swordsman to being a hero. Hence the name Bowie the Hero. So he's the only one who can wield it. It's plus damage, like I think it's like +3 from the steel sword, or +4, one. I think it's +3. It's pretty good, and it has a cool green edge to it because it's an ancient sword, so it looks a little bit different. Oh, Peter, beautiful. The murderation is real, and I appreciate murderation. Interesting. That's fine, actually. Jehar and Kazan are warm bodies. They're going to be throwing out damage here and there, but they are warm bodies. At this point, I'm going to start slowly funneling the experience just into Bowie and just into Peter, because they're the only ones that really, at this point, matter. Sorry, guys, but it's true. You have to be kidding me, video game. That's fine. I don't mind. It's all good. I love the dodges. There we go. There we go. Attack. Oh, jeez. That was a big crit. That was a large crit. Don't know why I'm throwing this out. It's a bit of a waste of a turn, but like, I want to confirm that he heals himself if Bowie gets outturned by the I want Bowie to finish off the arrow launcher here, because it's where I think it's level capped 23. So yeah, I'll be getting 49 experience until like level 22 kind of thing. Didn't get the outturned. Maybe if Bowie can outturn the healer, that'd be nice. Nope. Just outturn City. Although, I'm probably going to still send Bowie over to finish that, because he's got the damage to do it, and I don't think Jehar does. At this point, I'll probably send Jehar up to the Golem, which is a much better idea. Hopefully he outturns the Golem. He does. Cool, so I'm going to attack the Golem with Jehar. That should bring it down to 12, yeah. So the Golem will attack Jehar, and then hopefully what I can do is I can finish the launcher with Peter. Finish the launcher with Peter, and then Kazan can use Blaze on the Gargoyle and the Golem, hopefully getting in the damage roll to kill the Golem, then Bowie can finish off the Gargoyle. That's what I'm going to be looking for here. Or Bowie can go first, either way, as long as the damage is done. Kazan, come on Kazan, my boy! Yes! Come on Golem. 12 damage. Cross your fingers and your toes. No! No! Oh man. Oh man. I'm going to clear the damage. This game's a roller coaster. I could send Peter. I will send Peter. Let's go, Pete. So yeah, the gargoyles level cap is 22. Because the Master Mage is resistant to fire, it does 7 to 9, I think. But it rarely hits more than 7, honestly. Maybe 7 to 8. But we should finish that. Yeah. Cool. Progressing nice and smoothly. You're probably wondering why I'm going to leave that gargoyle. It's because Bowie can probably finish that, and this gives some more experience over to Peter, and one of them is going to be left alive either way. So hopefully Bowie gets the outturn on the gargoyle and can give it a little bit of a smooch. Come on, Bowie. Bowie to hell, yeah! Nice. Nice. So one thing I really adore about this game, just as like a visual, is the HP bars and MP bars. It's a really simple thing, and like loads of games have them obviously, but I just think that the way that this game deals with its HP bars growing as being a direct visual indicator of your character's strength, and its strength compared to other things. I just love the HP bars. I think they're really, really cleanly done. They're not too over the top or fancy, just they increase by a pixel of yellow every single time you get one HP. It's a simple thing, it's really clean. It's one of those things. Like, I'm not sure if this is your first time seeing me do a run or whatever. You probably you might be able to guess in terms of how positively I've spoken about Camelot. But Camelot Software Planning, as a bunch of developers, as a development team, are my favourite like company out there, like easily. I'm a big fan of Camelot Software Planning as a development team. I just think their UIs are generally really stunning. I just like the way that they generally design things. They just look great across the board, really. I haven't really met another company that designs their UIs in this very, very simplistic way, like the menu just being like the little panels and stuff like that. It's small stuff that I just really appreciate. In terms of like SRPG history, Fire Emblem predates this, and as I mentioned at the start of the run, in case you're new, Camelot did go into this game saying, I really like Dragon Quest, but I don't like the battle system. I really like Fire Emblem battles, but not the rest of it. So they wanted to make like a game that explored and felt like Dragon Quest, but also played like Fire Emblem. That's kind of what they wanted to create, and it really shows. But yeah, I think other than that, I mean, Advance Wars came a lot later. Yeah, this is quite an early RPG, an early strategy RPG, so that's pretty nice. I think Bowie can't move 4, he can only move 3, can't he? Oh, you can move 4. Don't know why I was confused. Cool, good fight, and we have 3 characters left. A healer and my 2 damage dealers. At this point, no one else, if I'm going to be bringing other characters back into the party, it's purely for warm body reasons. be safe. I can't remember who found the movement glitch, but like I definitely did it as a kid without knowing much about it, but being able to utilize it. I can't remember when we kind of started doing it. I've been running this game for 5 years now, so it's like a lot of the history is kind of just meshed in together. So who did what and how we did it, you know. This run, my first run of this game was 16.5 hours, so it's come a long way in those last 5 years. Back then, I think the first run that was out there was by a chap called Torim Galza, who did a 15-hour run using Sarah, but giving Sarah the power water. Those were the good old days. Big fan. Some good stuff. Some really interesting stuff that happened during this game and its history. Bosh! So we want to get experience for Bowie. Peter, I want to get to level 23. He will kill both. He will kill the soul sower that's out there and the 2 arrow launchers specifically. He'll kill other things, but those are the kills that we will give to him to ensure he gets level 23. Bowie is minimum going to be 22. I want to, because at level 22 you learn Bolt. Whether that's promotion level 2 or 22 in non-promotion, Bowie learns Bolt. So we want to get Bowie to that point. But yeah, it's oh, really? That's a bad damage roll. Bowie can one-shot gargoyles, but if he doesn't, it's not too much skin off my nose, honestly. Yeah. Taros is big, and you can probably guess by the size of him. And so again, he is another boss unit, so he does have the 2 moves per turn order thing going for him, which is why I give. Are you serious, Peter? What are you doing today? You're really struggling, bro. I'm worried. I'm worried about you. Think about how I feel. You never let me down. Well, you do, to be fair, you've let me down very hard multiple times. But, you know. Now you're going to get punched in the face by a rock dude. How do you feel? Let's go, Sarah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, dude! Heal level 2. What an upgrade that is. Bosh. Right, so as you can see, the 30% tiles again being the tiles with cracks and rocks on them, and that will mean that enemies have 30% damage reduction of 15%, as we discussed earlier, which is pretty good for them. But Peter should be strong enough. Like, honestly, the fact that he didn't kill that thing last time. Thank you. It's kind of interesting because, like, Peter as a unit, he's unhindered by, you know, movement. I haven't really talked about it yet, but Peter has it's not a unique movement type because other characters have it, but it's a rare movement type. He's not currently flying. Actually, he's hovering. So he's still currently affected by the land effect. So it's actually a good idea to put him into 30% tiles where necessary because it does remove damage from him, which is very, very helpful. When he promotes, he does gain the flying status, which is a lot more helpful. You know that he is hovering and not flying because hovering allows you to go over, you know, small mountains really quickly and rivers and all that kind of stuff. But he is unable to fly over mountains like the big, like the dark grey black mountains. He can go over the brown ones, but not the black ones. When he's flying, he can go over anything. The other unit that has a hovering status, quote unquote, is Kiwi when he promotes. When you promote Kiwi from Tortoise into a monster, he actually has he has hovering status and he can go over things, but not now. Pretty cool. There are no cameos from the first one in this game, but there are in other Shining Force titles. So the main console ones are Shining Force 1, 2, and 3. In between Shining Force 1 and 2, there is 3 Gaiden games that came out on the Sega Game Gear. Only one came west in Gaiden 2, The Sword of Hyja. And then you have Gaiden 1 and then the third Gaiden was called Final Conflict. In Final Conflict, you can recruit Max and you can recruit Oddeye. And in Gaiden 1 and CD, which is a remake of Gaiden 1 and 2, you get Luke from Shining Force 1, or Luke as he's called. But yeah, we're almost getting to the point of destruction when the game kind of opens up a little bit. It's very nice. It's really good. So Sarah's spent on her MP, and that's fine. She's now, again, a warm body. So Taros has a massive range. He doesn't move. However, he does have a 2-range regular attack. And he also has a 3-range magical spell in Bolt 2. So if I was to be where that arrow launcher is now, like on that tile, he would be able to reach me with Bolt. It also has a 3-range AoE. So it's very, very powerful. Peter's already level 23, so actually Bowie can kill this arrow launcher now, which is kind of nice. Come on, Gargoyle. Come and get me! Wow, he came and got me. Right, I'm going to do a very cool thing. So we're going to do some more turn order manipulation here. What I'm going to do is, when Peter gets his next go, I'm going to unequip the quick ring. Unequip it. Finish off the gargoyle. Really? Finish off the gargoyle. 2 dodges added to the pile there. Oh, and look, Bowie outturned. Okay. Oh my! Here we go! Now we're playing Shining Force 2. 4 for 4! I can't believe it! Amazing! I'm gonna lose. I'm not gonna win this fight, it's over. GG. I can't, like, literally, this gargoyle's too good. Too good, dude. Absolutely godlike. Okay, here we go. It's over. Round of applause. Woo! Good job, Pete. Okay, now, I want Bowie to outturn Peter. He didn't. I want Bowie to outturn Peter. Good. Now, Peter equips the quick ring, uses the power ring on Bowie, and then he'll outturn Bowie and give Bowie the power ring. So he gets the maximum attack damage on the buff, and he's got the attack +5 from the power ring in the same turn, which allows him to do some nasty things to Taros. That was a low damage roll. You can actually 2-turn Taros. It's probably not going to happen, but you can do it. Oh! Big dodge from the big man. Okay, cool. And then he bolted Sarah. That's really nice. Really nice. So what's really funny is Taros has a unique weapon called the Taros Sword. He can drop that. No one can use it, but he can drop it. Big crit. Nice. If he double attack crits me, I'm dead. tempting the fates. Gonna stand on his head and attack his feet. So it's called the Achilles sword for a reason, because he's very tall. I can only hit him in the shins. But there we go. Attack his Achilles heel, right? So that's Taros down, and that's like the... That's, I mean, just... It's not halfway through the game, but it's halfway through the run. That's like the... And now the game changes, basically. That's the last fight, or the last kind of segment where we do like a lot of, you know, funneling experience and using multiple characters and all this kind of stuff. So we now have the Ancient Caravan. And the Ancient Caravan works in multiple ways. First of all, we can put... we can only have 12 characters in the Force at one time. When we get more than that, when we get more characters than just 12, we can put the excess characters into the caravan. So they're in the, you know, if ever you've heard me say, step out of the caravan and join us on the front lines, that's what I mean. Everyone's a member of the Shining Force, but not everyone is fighting in the Shining Force, because they're in the caravan. Now, most of my characters are getting thrown in the caravan almost immediately. Peter is level 23, so let's take a risk. +3. Okay, so I want to purge Jayhawk, Slade, Kiwi, the Holt. And now also we can traverse stony passageways. How you're meant to figure this out, I can't remember. But yeah, you can do that. Now, there's a fight here. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to run straight into the fairy village. So, actually, Bowie, what's your experience level? 80. Okay, cool. I'm not going to promote Bowie just yet. He gets like 5 to 6 experience for using the power ring. So, power's cracked. I should have fixed it. I should have checked that. Sarah revive. Chester remain dead. Jayhawk revive. We do promote at churches, yeah. There is a werewolf in this game. Gaholt is a fantastic character, really, really strong, and just amazing, but his movement is a bit poor. I think they kind of felt that, you know, Xylo was really good, and unless you promote Xylo, then he just becomes literal garbage. Yeah, Xylo's like really good in terms of movement and strength, so they kind of like nerfed the Wolfman because they needed to. Sweet. I need to save as well. I should probably save here. So make sure. So I picked up a running pimento, but I didn't use it yet. Running pimento increases movement speed or movement range by 2, which is obviously very, very good. But I don't want to use it in pre-promotion because the way that movement ranges work is that promoting does not like add. If you go from 5 to 6 when you promote, it's not adding, it's overwriting. So if you were to use the running pimento and then promote, you actually lose the buff. You go down from 8 to 7 if you have it on 6, for example. Now, if you didn't know you could do that, you can do that. You can put an item into the caravan and then take it out and it fixes the item rather than going to the smithies to fix cracked items. Because inside the caravan, the items don't have a flag for whether or not they're broken or not. Because the crack is just a flag on the item saying, I'm cracked. So we just fixed the ring by putting it in the caravan and taking it out. Now, this is the grind. Now, all the stuff that I've been talking about attack values, about level curves, about promoting, and all that kind of stuff, now is when it takes effect. This is the fairy fight. There is a bunch of enemies that spawn here at various intervals based on where you move and how you move. These enemies are very, very powerful and will kill pretty much all of us apart from Peter because he's really, really strong at this point. So, what's going to happen is Peter is buffed, he will kill the first one, the second one he weakens, and now that one is going to go over and attack Sarah. These lesser demons are the next level gargoyles, and they have a very, very high level cap, much higher than we currently have right now. So Peter can use it. Their level cap is 29. Run the ring wasn't cracked. Good. So Peter can then use this and kill him now, and then the buff is now cleared that we can buff Peter again, and he'll be able to kill the next one that comes along as well quickly. So that's why we bring Sarah back in, just to be a scapegoat for turn 2. So Peter is going to be getting 49 experience for just whacking away at these guys and dealing massive damage to these guys with the power buff, which is going to afford him loads and loads of level ups nice and quickly. Nice outturn. Pretty decidable. Level 25, attack plus 2. And we're going to level Peter up to, well, he's going to go over level 30. The reason his level doesn't matter is because it's based on his level ups. If Peter doesn't get any attack plus 3s, he will hit 76 attack power at level 30. And level 30 is the end of his general growth curve. If he does get attack plus 2 and plus 3, it'll either be 77 or 78, depending on how many he gets. The ideal scenario is that he gains 2 attack plus 2s at level 31 and 32 to get 80 attack power. That's what I want to see. I want to see attack plus 3s before level 30, but we need to hit those 50/50s because I want to be as close to level 80, to attack power 80 as possible. That has cleared. This is not cracked. That's good. Now this is where I lose a lot of time in my run because I didn't PB for 3 years, and I PB'd for the first time in 3 years very, very recently. Because my first like 3 hours in my old PB were the fastest 3 hours there's ever been, pretty much. It's kind of weird, but it's true. It was disgusting how fast my first half was, because my PB grind had 2 attack plus 3s before level 30, and level 31 I got attack plus 2 with no dodges from the enemy, no ring cracks. It was pretty much the perfect grind. And it was about 12.5 minutes, and every other grind since has been 16 plus, which is done. So it's very, very RNG based in terms of turn order, dodging, I don't know, everything, just everything. So Peter's level 27 now. I'm actually... is my ring fine? What I'm going to do is I'm going to do one more. Bowie's going to go up to level 23 now because of the experience from using the buff. Peter's going to kill one more lesser demon, and then I'm going to send him round. So this is where a big change happened, and a big part of like routes changing in how we did things. We used to level Peter up to 29, and then grind him to level 9 in promotion. Because of this, we had to also buff up Slade somewhat. However, we've changed the grind now. We're no longer going to level 29 and 9. We're going to change it up. So Bowie is now standing on the tile that the lesser demons would respawn on, so they're not going to respawn. I'm putting Peter in these very specific positions because what it does is it avoids a bunch of spawn triggers for loads of other enemies, but it does trigger a spawn for this enemy here, the Master Monk. Now, she has 39 MP, and she has two heal spells she's going to use. Heal 3 or Heal 4. If I hit the Master Monk down to 18 HP or less, she'll use Heal 4, which is 20 MP usage. If I hit her for 19 or more, she'll use Heal 3. So I want to hit her to as close as 19 as possible to maximize my damage output, maximize my experience intake, and make sure that she uses as many heal 3s as possible. So I get the most amount of experience, because as you see, it's 28 for hitting, which is quite a lot. Now this Master Monk does not respawn. Because it's a healer, it doesn't respawn. So I only get one go at it. So I don't want to see any dodges. I don't want to see me double attacking and killing it before it has a chance to use all of its heals, because I want it to give me as much experience as possible. Now Peter hasn't got any attack plus 3s. He's lagging behind quite bad. So I'm going to have 76. A level I never want to go to is 33. I never want to see level 33. The only time I will do level 33 is if Peter gets attack +1 at both... He's dead. At both levels... yeah, he's going to die, I think. If he gets attack +1 at levels 31 and 32, he will have 78 attack power. I'm not going to chance 78 attack power. I want bare minimum 79. So if I get to level 32 and I only have 79 attack power, I will just go. I won't try and get to 80 attack power. I want 80 attack power, and if I get it at 32, thumbs up, big fan. If I don't get it at level 32 and I have 79, I'll take it. But 78 is too much of a risk. So 80 attack power is the safest attack power we can have that allows Peter to attain all of the one-shots that he needs to do on the upcoming enemies. He's just getting so much attack power. He's going to be a big, big boy. And as I say, he'll be gaining experience as if he's level 21 again. So he'll be getting even more attack +2s to get really, really close. I'm going to move Bowie up to join Peter so that it's less movement on the cursor. So, now, Peter is off experience curve. He has 76 attack power. And I hope that he doesn't get attack +1. There's a lot to take in. There's a lot of, like, tiny nuance in this run that, you know, just... It's stuff that I just know. And, yeah, I mean, ideally you get a sub-3 grind. You never really want to see blood. So it has 39 MP in terms of what it says. It actually has 40 MP. So it can always use a level... Even if it has 9, it can still use a level 3. Attack +2. Let's go, Peter! Yes! That's what I want to see, my boy. That's not what I want to see. Double attack is not good. Dying just halves your gold. It's not too bad. Of course I would get double attack. The one time that it could happen. I hope that all of this is making sense. I apologise if I've been a little bit wayward in any of my commentary. Or running through things and jumping through things too fast. If you're just joining us and know nothing about Shining Force 2, it's a strategy RPG, and it's fantastic for a strategy RPG. And there is literally not a single strategy RPG that has done what Shining Force 2 has done since it came out. So it's really weird. The Shining Force games are strangely unique. They operate and look kind of similar to others, but the mechanics and decision making that happens, a lot of it is very, very different. So at this point, Peter is now going to be like ungodly strong. Bit of a joke, really. And he's going to be able to one-shot pretty much everything, whilst also leveling on curve. In terms of he'll be gaining experience on experience curve, because he is going to be going back down to level 21, quote unquote, when we promote him. Come on. Yes! That's what I want to see, Pete. Attack 80. Good. And that's the end of the grind. Nice. Promotion. We're going to promote Bowie to hero. This is where I get my name from. Bowie the hero. He's got beautiful long hair and he's got a stunning portrait. He's a good-looking man. Can't say the same about Bao myself, but he's a good-looking lad. They're both promoted. So, Raise. I'm going to bring back Sarah. I'm going to keep Chester dead for now. And I'm going to bring back Kazin now. I need to check my ring as well and make sure that it's not cracked. I'm going to save one more time. Don't really want to save here or need to save here, but it's safety. In case anything happens. Like the game crashes. Okay, now that I've promoted Peter, his movement is 7. I'm going to give him a running pimento to make his movement 9. Quick ring up to Bowie. And Bowie's then going to equip the quick ring, rather than the power ring. We're also going to give him a... Okay, so Bowie is now faster, Peter has more move, and everyone's promoted. Peter is now again, quote-unquote, level 21. I'm going to move around the back of this forest. If I move over the forest, we skip the fight trigger to initiate the fight out here. So we can skip this fight entirely, which is helpful. And now the Harpy fight. This fight shouldn't be difficult, but it can be sometimes. I am playing this on an American Mega Drive, but I don't like to call it by that name, because I don't think it's a good name compared to the Mega Drive. What a sick name that is, the Mega Drive, dude. Why would you ever not call it the Mega Drive? It's such a sick name. Right, so, this is very particular for our strats. Kazin and Sarah are back in the party. This pushes Peter to the left-hand side. Bowie starts where he always starts. He's always the anchor in the fight. Everyone gets pushed down. So, Peter is down here. He will then move 9 spaces to attack the Harpy up here. Don't dodge. She's a flying unit, so, 1 in 8 chance. 49 experience. Bowie, equipping the Quick Ring, outturns all of the Harpies because he's fast with the Quick Ring. And then I equip the Power Ring. By outturning the Harpies, the Harpy on the very, very top right gets angered and aggroed onto Bowie, which is 8 spaces away from where Peter currently is. So Peter can now move down to where Bowie is and then defeat that Harpy. You see where I'm going with this? Having enemies leashed at all times to a position where Peter can get to an enemy and wipe them off the face of the earth. This is another all kill, so I have to kill them all. So any dodges is +1 turn, because Peter has not killed them. Okay. So, the Dark Madam should outturn Bowie. Yep. Hopefully the healer does too. It didn't. Of course not. That's fine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The Harpies are very, very powerful, and they are scary, and I don't like them, but it's going to be okay. I really want to get them off the board as quickly as possible, however, this guy right here, I can't deal, you just shouldn't have a healer ever near you. I don't want to have to deal with the healing stuff. So attack +2. So Peter, the reason I don't want to go for 78 is because Peter has a very, very, very low chance, of getting attack +1 between levels 2 to 4 only. After that level, he's fine. Nothing bad happens after that level. But I don't want to see those, obviously. I don't want to see those +1s. I want to see +2 from levels 2 to 4. And if he gets one, he won't get another one. He'll only get the one attack +1. But he has a chance of it, which kind of sucks. Peter's going to run around and one-shot everything, because he can. And Bowie's going to just kind of clean up an enemy every now and then. Really? You had to do that? You couldn't have been normal? Fine. Also, you may notice that now the attack music is like amazingly good because we're now promoted, and Bowie just looks absolutely insane because he's just got a sick promotion sprite. That's one dodge plus one turn. I'm gonna do this. This is kind of scary. Good, melee, that's nice. I don't want the harpy going off the Bowie. Okay, we're fine. That was the only scary thing. The Orc should outturn the other launcher. Yeah, the Orc should outturn the launcher. It did, so it can't hit the Bowie. Good. Bowie can move up to the 30% tile and be safe from the Orc. So Bowie's really tanky. He gets a lot of defense and some agility. He can get 3 defense sometimes as well. So like he's super tanky, and yeah, he's just a beast, and it's great. I love him. Yeah, the sprites are the sprites in this game are absolutely stunning. And like one of the biggest parts of this game is being so great. It just looks amazing. Take a risk here, why not? Cool. No attack plus ones, so we're on attack here. So yeah, now we're getting level only 1 experience from these guys because we're on curve. Might as well bolt him. Okay. Oh yeah, and Bowie learns bolt, which is amazing. Added a bit of time there, but we get to see Bowie be cool again. Oh, look at that defense, dude. Legend. Right. This is Elric. The archers in this game are, outside of May, are just horrifically abysmal. Shining Force has a thing where like archers are tough. In Shining Force 3, they're fine because in all honesty, everyone in Shining Force 3 is just busted good. But in this game, the first one, archers really struggle. If you think Elric's bad though, oh wait, we haven't seen the worst of it. To be fair, Rogue's not bad. I'll give Rogue the fact that he's not bad. But May is clearly the best archer in the game. But yeah, Elric can become either a sniper in promotion, or he can become a brass gunner. Brass gunners are tankier, usually hit harder, but the snipers have a 1 in 16 chance for crit. An increased crit chance, which is very nice. So, gonna go in here and grab this Brave Apple. The Brave Apple is another buffing item. It gives you a free level up. We're not going to use them just yet. We're going to use them towards the end of the game. They're really helpful, but they're much better used at the end of the game. Purge. Throw Elric in there. Get out of here, mate. Okay, so now that Peter is massive and can move really, really far, yeah, Shining Force 3 was a Saturn game. That's why no one's heard of it, because you know, the president of Sega of America decided that there was no future for RPGs, so didn't really support them coming over. There's loads. There is literally tons of RPGs on the Sega Saturn that are brilliant, and hardly any of them came over. It's a real shame, because there are absolutely fantastic RPGs on the Sega Saturn. The Saturn's an incredible console. You have to. You know what? It's fine. I don't really need him dead. He's just going to add some time, because he's going to get and go. But yeah, the Saturn is an amazing console. I'm glad I have one. I haven't regretted having one. Oh, you didn't see that coming, did you, Harpy? Adding loads of time to my run for one experience. Love it. What this does mean, though, actually, is that I get the guaranteed kill. It's a very, 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 very low chance that you don't kill the skeleton if it's standing on the desert, because it's a 30% tile. But now it's going to come over and attack me and stand on a 15% tile. So well done. I want to kill the Dark Madam first, though, because the Dark Madam has the Protect Ring, which increases defense by 5 when equipped, and on use uses the spell called Boost, which is a boost of your defense and agility, the base defense and agility, by 37.5%, which is an incredible spell. It's a really, really good spell, and for that reason is the most popular reason for a particular character being picked. So I'm approaching Devil's Tail. Well, this area is called Devil's Tail. And that little castle there that we're going to is the home of a gentleman named Creed. He's an ex-devil, so he's an ex-member of Zeon's army. Zeon's the big baddie in the fight. We're going to find out about him soon. There's a skeleton down. So Creed is an ex-devil, and he lives here in this castle. There are 4 characters. When we clear this bit, we're going to get a choice of 4 characters. We can only pick one. You can come back and get the rest later, but now we can only pick one. And there's 4 of them. There's Eric, he's a knight. There's Tyrin, who's a mage like Kazin. Kana, a priest just like Sarah. And Randolph, who's a warrior just like JR. The quote-unquote concept of these characters is that they're meant to be best in class. Not true, because Randolph's a bit crap. But Eric is a fantastic paladin and one of the best Pegasus knights. Kana is... She levels up the fastest. Technically, she can level up faster than any other character, and she becomes quote-unquote the strongest, but she has less actual attack power than Sarah. But she has the boost spell, and the boost spell can be used to gain so much experience, and that's why everyone picks her, because she has boost. My personal pick is always Tyrin, because Kazin is best served to become a sorcerer. If you get the secret book, you can promote Kazin not into a wizard, but into a sorcerer. And sorcerer spells are just joke strong. But Tyrin's the best wizard, because he gains Freeze 4 really early. And Freeze 4 is a destructive spell. Like, destructive spell. We do not use Master Monks in the run. I'm gonna, spoil your picnic now. We don't get Kana. I'm sorry, friends. Because she's good, and we used to get her. When we didn't have Peter just running forward and smashing everything into oblivion. But now we have Peter running forward and smashing everything into oblivion. So... yeah. We're going to be grabbing Eric. So, I'm going to revive everyone. Come back, Sarah. Come back, Chesty-Cough. And come back, Kazin. I'm going to save again just in case. I don't really make these safety saves, but they're there. This battle can be hard, and is a very hard battle. It's a fantastic battle. It's a really good battle. It's the first test of, like, are you ready for this kind of stuff? I'm going to pass the power ring, though, down to my boy Chestikov. I brought back 3 characters, so there are 5 characters in the party, and Peter is in slot 5, and Chester is in slot 3. Very important to note. Okay, so here's the fight. This used to be a really tough fight, and I have a highlight of this going with the old strats really well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Equip the protectorate. We move up 6 spaces. This puts the king here, and also aggroes the king completely. The king is now an angry boy. So he's going to run down and he's going to use Blaze 2 on Peter. Peter, now he's promoted, not only has flying movement, but also he's the only, well, I think he's the only character, yeah. The only character to have fire resistance. He's now resistant to fire as well. So 4 damage. I think it's 6 and 5, I think. Yeah, so he's now activated and angry. He is, however, sitting on a 30% tile, so that's a bit of a shame. It's gonna make it makes it harder. He never attacks physically. He always uses Blaze. Chester is exactly enough spaces away to use the power ring to buff up Peter. And Peter, as we know, is like 2 tectonic plates smashing together, and he's going to absolutely rinse the king. You can get that kill. It's a sad face if you don't get it, but you can get it. However, we're fine. We're fine. It's completely fine. Because Chester is looking very juicy. The king is looking very hungrily. Bowie? Never mind. The king was meant to outturn Bowie, but Bowie took off the quick ring and then outturned him. Okay. I've never seen Bowie outturn the king with the quick ring unequipped. There you go. The king was meant to come down and kill Chester, and then Bowie uses Bolt and finishes the fight. But we have to have a little bit more time on. I'm not going to die. Peter's going to kill him on the next turn, but I wanted it to go well, but of course it doesn't. You know, it's fine. But yeah, if Bowie doesn't get a ridiculously high speed roll, and the king gets a ridiculously low speed roll, which is what happened. That's probably the lowest and highest rolls for both characters in that situation. Then, yeah, Bowie would just bolt to finish the fight because the king's low enough. Cheers, Pete. This could have all been avoided if you, Peter, didn't miss your kill. But of course you did. And that's the chess fight. 3 queens, dude. Cotton balloon. Ring is cracked. Okay, if the ring cracks, I do a menu I would do later. I do it now. So if you're wondering why the music resets when I revive people, if characters are lower than level 10, they only have 2 digits rather than 3 in there, so it's 1 frame less of text. Because of turbo mode being on and that going so fast, you actually do the heal before the game's ready to play the music. So you just skip through the music. It's really weird. But if a character's level 10 and they have to play that 1 extra frame to get 3 digits out, you play the music. Or the game plays the music. But yeah, turbo mode skips it if they're below level 10, which a few people are. Okay. Forgot to actually do the thing I wanted to do. I'm massive silly. So I'm just fixing the ring. Again, if you've just joined us, putting a cracked item or a broken item that's about to shatter into the caravan and bring it back out, the game clears the crack because the item, when it's in the caravan, has no flag for whether or not it's cracked or not. So it just comes out clean. Okay, so I'm going to move Peter... Here works. I want Willard to go... Not twice. Okay, so there's a thing that can happen. If one of the rats that are defending Willard get the turn before Willard gets both of his goes, because Willard is a boss unit, so he gets 2 goes. But if Willard gets outturned by one of his units, because they will move to Willard's side. They will move wherever Willard is. They will move directly to where he is. So because he moves twice into the corner, they go all the way to him. If they didn't do that, I would be able to get a kill onto one of the rats and gain another half a level. So I'm not necessarily missing half of a level because I got the kill on the king and he's not meant to give up. No, counter or something. But yeah, you get those. Now to minimise time loss here, I want the rat on the top right to outturn the rat on the top left. Go on, Bowie. Good man. Good, perfect. This means that the rat on the top left can't go underneath, so I just get 1 less battle animation. It's a thing. That's just decreasing the time loss that it could be. It is time loss regardless, so I didn't get Nice. Thanks, Pete. Okay, so that's the end of the Creed section. It's just the chess fight and Willard. So we're going to have a long set of cutscenes now. I am actually going to take a quick loop break, so I will let you enjoy this cutscene whilst I weigh down my controller and let the cutscene run. Because again, you only need to hold down a button to mash. So I'll be back in just a mo. Enjoy the cutscene. Usually when I'm doing a speedrun, this is the time where I get to go make a tea. This one's long enough to boil the kettle, and then the next cutscene's long enough to actually make the tea. Great. Sir, the new additions to your collection are missing. I know. What I find funny as well is that the main character's name is Bowie, and by the way, as an aside, it is Bowie and not Bowie, specifically because the Japanese is B-O-U-I, so it's Bowie. So I'm just going to put that argument to rest right now. It's not Bowie, it's Bowie. His name's Bowie, and obviously the immediate name reference you would think of is David Bowie, right? So David Bowie, and that guy's called Goliath, and then we shrink. The whole like David and Goliath thing going on there. I don't know. I have no idea, but I found that an interesting little bit of like random thought that went into the game's naming. An explanation of the strats for the speedrun is Peter become big man and kill things fast. No. I mean, I haven't got my notes up. I have been meaning to write my notes up for this game. And I think there's a tutorial somewhere, I can't remember. But I'm looking to do a tutorial in notes at some point. This is Evil Spirit, or as he's called in one part of the cutscenes, Evil Spirit. He is like a demon that, or like a spirit, an evil spirit, that Creed uses to channel the powers of darkness. So he's like, alright, bring the Jewel of Evil and the Jewel of Light over here. We'll use the jewels to power up Evil Spirit, find out what's happening over on Grand Seal. Because obviously when the earthquake happened, the powers of darkness are growing, and then we go into Game Boy mode. And yeah, Evil Spirit finds out what's happening at Ark Valley, talking about Xeon's devils coming to Parmesia. So Xeon, being the big baddie, So, like narratively, the big baddie is Dark Dragon, as we all know, and there's also Dark Soul. So Dark Soul is like a dude. This is Xeon. He's got great hair. Xeon is a big lad, and he won a war. There was like a massive war in the Demon Realm or the Devil Realm in Ark Valley or whatever, between who would become the king of the devils. Xeon won that war. He beat Dark Soul and Dark Dragon to become the king of the devils. So he's currently the leader. I'm not exactly sure when that battle happened, but it happened at some point. In between, like because Dark Soul pops up again in the Gaiden games. The final boss of Final Conflict is Dark Soul again, being a Ched. But you know, I drink all kinds of tea. English breakfast, Assam, Ceylon. Right, so we take the ferry with us. We're not going to get Kana, sorry, but she's not as good for the speedrun as this guy. Eric the Knight. With an E. Bye, Tyron. I'm going to miss you, sir. We're all also, if you are running around on the floor, you actually find a cutscene where there's a ring on the ground that people can't move, so you know the ring's there, and then you can go and pick it up. Nice little thought there from the developers. Based Camelot software planning. I love Camelot. Good. I'm going to grab a healing rain. This is full health for everyone in the entire party. We're not going to use that until the very, very final fight. We're going to do aggress, and this takes us back to Hassan, really weirdly, and not the fairy village. Don't know why. That's Rick. We're not going to get him because lol Rick. Power Spear. For that matter. Just clear some space for items to go into, so I know it's going to be on Chester. Okay, Bowie moved the quick ring down to Eric. Protect ring down to Eric. So the maximum move in this game is 9. If you were to use running pimentos, you can only get up to a max of 9. That's it. Can't get any higher. You honestly can't. You can't get any higher. If you use it on Bowie when he has 8, you'll only gain 1, not 2. Of course I get any counter. Yeah. The maximum move is 9. However, the running ring increases move by 2. You know what that means. We're going to equip that to Peter, and he's going to move 11 spaces per turn. So he is going to move, like, I don't know, just across maps and just strike things down with ease. But beforehand, we do need to go and make sure that the dudes here are heading back to the thing so we can use the minerals later. Thank you for a cannon. That's very kind of you. So you need to do that to get the cannon. You need the cannon to continue. But do not leave before you check Peter's droppings and grab the dry stone. I just say that because he's like sitting there perching over some sticks. Anyway, the dry stone found in the fireplace left by the dwarves allows us to access the dwarf village later on in the game. I have done a run where I've forgotten that. I will put my hands up and admit that. I'm not proud of myself, but I did do it. And now when we come back to Grand Seal, it's all built up and lovely. Welcome back, Bowie. I heard your journey was hard. Go to the castle. Alright. And they're all like, dang, Bowie, you're looking fine. I'm like, hell yeah, I am. I'm looking great. Check out my red cape, bro. Some sick hair. Got a beastie bandana. And then suddenly the king is alive again. Because like, oh yeah, by the way, Ellis is alive. Then we go back into Game Boy mode. And they say evil spill it, I think, here. Evil spill it. There it is. Amazing, Bowie and Peter. You've experienced a great deal. Right. So Astral's now going to join us as an advisor. He's just joining us narratively. He's not... It would be great to have him as a character, honestly. I'd love to see, like, just to have an old man with a big beard using fire magic. It'd be great. But sadly not. He's just going to be an advisor. He doesn't even advise us on much, honestly. He doesn't do too much to help us out. So, we need the supervision of an adult, Astral, to get the explosives. Dynamite to put into the cannon. Buster Sword. So the Buster Sword and the Broadsword are promotion weapons. Let's just equip that. Pass the running ring down to the birds. Equip that. To equip. Do not outturn Bowie or the archer. Well, no. Don't no, yeah, you outturn Bowie. Don't outturn the archer. That's all. That's all I ask of you. Okay, so we were talking. Someone earlier said that Luke is the worst character in the game. Allow me to present to you the worst character in the game. Janet, the caravan manager. She's great, like design-wise. Her sprite's cool. She's pink, which is great. I love a bit of pink, but she's just completely useless. Low defense, low attack. I mean, sizable agility, but far slower than most others. She's just rubbish. Straight into the caravan you go, my dear. Oh yeah, she's cute. She's cute. But she's just useless. I did do a run where I tried to make her work, and yeah, it's tough. It is tough. Okay. This fight is fun.tm. Peter moves really far. Now, the archer, I would like to outturn Peter, because it moves into a position that's very, very fortunate for me. So, archer, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now, this is why I also have the quick ring on Eric, because the quick ring means that Eric will now outturn Bowie. Very important to outturn the Bowie. Are you... Honestly, what is happening right now? 33 agility and 30. Oh my word, I've never seen that. Eric's meant to go first, and then you can use the movement glitch to get through and kill the Dark Sniper with Bowie. My word. This is going fantastic. Oh man. Right. Oh, thanks, Eric! Thanks very much, my friend! I greatly appreciate that. What a guy. What a guy. Oh man, promotion music is just too good. Yeah, and there's two things. There's two things that Shining Force 1 has over Shining Force 2. Shining Force 1 has a crit sound. When you get a crit, it goes so you know you got a crit. I don't know I get a crit sometimes. I just know if I get a crit because the damage is at a level that I know is higher than normal. So I know when I get a crit. But there's no crit sound. So unless you have, I have the text off. So if you have text on, it says critical hit. But with text off, I can't tell if I get a critical hit unless I know. Shining Force 1 has a crit sound, so you know when you get a crit. The other thing is that Max has a finishing animation on Dark Dragon if you let him get the finishing blow. Bowie doesn't have a finishing animation on Zero. That's the only thing. Everything else that Shining Force 2 has, this is not in terms of like subjective stuff, like is the story better, are the characters cooler. The rest of it is all just pure mechanics, quality of life issue, like just being resolved. The biggest thing, I personally think, is that this game has experience rollover. In Shining Force 1, if you have 99 experience points and you kill an enemy and get 48, you will go down to 0 on the next level up. This has experience rollover, that the experience you gain goes into the next level, which is a massive thing for pacing as a whole. Sure, you have to strategize your experience less because it's going to be fine, and you have to like pick your experience gain a lot more in Shining Force 1. That's an argument for strategy, but I think as a quality of life issue in general, it's better to have experience rollover. Having a generally faster paced battle system as a whole, and having different sound effects for, having different audio for enemy attack, positive attack, boss attack, all these kinds of things. There's no promotion music in Shining Force 1, it's just the same music, which I think is negative because I love promotion music. But yeah. Things like that. Just little things. This game is brighter as a whole, like the colours are brighter and so it's easier to see stuff. Like, I guess you can say there's preference. Do you like the darker, muddier colour scheme of Shining Force 1, which is completely legitimate and fine. But yeah. There isn't a remake. The remake was not handled by Camelot. Camelot left Sega shortly after. You cannot be serious! Camelot left Sega. Left Sega shortly after Shining Force 3 because it was tough between them. The relationship was quite tough between the two companies. So, Shining Force 1 GBA, no, I don't think so. They did a bunch of things that were really cool, like having quick clear rewards, like getting good items for clearing enemies quickly, and having like a variety of cool items, like having swords that were specifically for defeating dwarves who are known to have high defense values. There's interesting things like that go on that make the game quite interesting. But I think generally, they changed, like the visuals are fine, but they changed a lot of the visuals to be a lot more in line with, I don't know, that characters overlap each other, like really weirdly on tiles, which I think is a bit weird. But Shining Force 1 GBA is like an improvement over the original. The original has the nostalgia and has the original feel and vibe. It's great. I would never disagree with people preferring or thinking that the first Shining Force is the best, because the first Shining Force is a great game. It's a great game. And my good friend Ty has been running that game, and I would say that Shining Force 1 is the better speedrun. Like, Shining Force 1 is a much better speedrun because it's consistently more intricate in the way that you're doing things throughout the board. At this point, Peter is going to steamroll the majority of this game, which is fine, and the way that we do it is intricate and interesting, but because we have no one like Peter in Shining Force 1 and no way of grinding in Shining Force 1, and it being a shorter game in general, there's a lot more intricate strats going on in Shining Force 1, which make it a very, very cool game. Magic being specifically fantastic in that game as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, is it 13? I must have missed a couple. Is it 13? I haven't been adding to my dodges. I know there was definitely one there. Well, there was another one. Oh yeah, the priest dodged one, and then the harpy dodged one as well. Yes. Hello, mate. I'm going to attack first with Bowie and I'll use Bolt to confirm, but I want to make sure that... Basically, I might need Peter to bail out Bowie if this guy dodges. Oh yeah, absolutely. Shining Force 1's fantastic. It really is a great game. Love it a lot. Looking a bit sketch. Bowie dies. If he gets outturned and gets hit by 19, I'm gonna cry. Defense +3. Attaboy. Oh yeah. That's what I love to see. Okay. Okay, so we have one final kill-all. This is the last kill-all in the game. After this fight, every single fight has a leader. And every single fight can be cleared with Peter just going up and smashing them. So this is where, you know, it gets a little bit faster pace in general. So it's taken like 3 hours 40 to get to this point, and we are just going to start steamrolling through all of them, so... Peter is so tanky because we went to the fairy village after Taros and grinded Peter up to 80 attack power before we promoted him. Then we promoted him with 80 attack power, so he's like one-shotting everything, but gaining the experience as if he was level 21 again. So he's gaining natural experience. Again. Yeah, Peter is the strongest character in all Shining Force games, based on their on the game's balance versus the character balance. Peter is the strongest character. He's just so busted, specifically because the way the boost works. So in Shining Force 1, boost is really interesting. Attack boosting this is not regular boosting, but attack boosting in Shining Force 1. Is not percentage based. It's a flat rate of 15 extra attack power, which is really good. In the early game, you can make Anri one-shot things because, you know, poof, 15 plus damage. Like, she's godlike because of that. You can do that, and you know, you use the power attack ring all the time to increase your damage by 15. This one like starts off slow because it's percentage buffs, and because it's a percentage buff, at the end game, I mean, Peter is currently leveled, so he's level 10, so he's gone up 9 levels. So he has 98 attack power right now. In one more level, he's going to have 100. And that means what? Yeah. A 37.5% attack buff is going to give him 37 attack power. At end game, he's going to have like 130, 140 attack power. Adding another 37.5% onto that is just going to make him an absolute monster. Like a next level monster. It's rude. It's rude. Yeah. The lack of overworld exploration is a big thing in the. I think the overworld exploration is literally the one. I think one of the main reasons why this game is the best strategy RPG I have played, in my opinion. Because every other game just does cutscene, battle, cutscene, battle, cutscene, battle, and it's like this game has an actual sense of world to it, of like characters and living, breathing, like villages and towns. It's got that extra depth of world building that literally no other strategy RPG has. Other strategy RPGs are fantastic in different ways. You know, be it the mechanics or the narrative just being really good, like just the sheer narrative being written so fantastically and being so interesting and deep, and ask serious questions and all that kind of stuff, or characters being really well developed. These are other things that make them great. But I think, at least from my personal experience and my personal preference for games, this is a massive part of why this game is so good. Because I have some agency in the world. I'm not just these floating characters. I think it's very important. I would like to play more that do it, honestly, and see what they can do. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't played one that does that. I think someone mentioned one on Steam to me that did it. I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah, people have mentioned that other games have done it. When I say that there's no other game ever has done it, it's very much from personal experience. I haven't played one. I play a fair few, but you know, I'm gonna miss some games here. I think to a degree there was a little bit in Bahamut Lagoon, if I remember rightly. Like a little bit. But, yeah. Hello, mate. This is why Peter's disgusting. 9 moves, one-shotting everything. He's kind of good. He's kind of good. But anyway, you know, my personal bias aside, I'm not, you know, trying to take anything away from other games. It's more a case of just this is why I like this one in particular so much more. It's not that others are bad. I've played a lot of fantastic SRPGs. If that was the thought you were getting from my particular critique. I love many SRPGs. This is just the best I've played. You keep attacking rows. That'd be really nice. They're not set and they're not random either, if that makes any sense. So, the level ups that you get, there's a little bit of leeway to them, but they are kind of, you know, character will gain a stat, but then there'll be a chance to get something else, if you know what I mean. So for example, a regular level up for Bowie in promotion would be 2 HP, 1 attack, 2 defense, 1 agility. But he's got a chance to get 3 HP. He's got a chance to get 3 defense. He's got a chance to get 2 agility. He could get 2, 1, 2. He could get 2, 1, 1, 3, 2 and get all of the ups. But he's going to get a bare minimum. And then there's a chance to get more. Or you could get a set amount with a chance to get 1 less. So for example, mages sometimes don't get any defense, which sucks a bit, but they may not get any defense. But they're going to get a lot of agility, and probably going to get a lot of MP. 2 MP with a chance of 1, or 2 MP with a chance of 3. So it's kind of like that. It's generally set, and you will always be making progress, and always be looking forward, but there is a chance just to kind of like, get more. Rather than, you know, you could be left in the lurch and have nothing and be really bad. The character will always meet their potential, but then they can go further. The rubber banding does kind of exist in this game, but not as powerful as like Shining Force 1, where like you can just miss out on stats for like 5 levels, and it'll be like, all right, have 17 defense. I think the highest defense I've seen is 9 defense, and I think 14 speed is the highest I've seen in Shining Force 1, because the catch-up is just so huge. Because that game is like random level ups with a big rubber band effect. That's like really heavily with the band. Oh, we should have attacked. Don't know why I didn't need to. Right, so that is our last clear all. That is our last clear all. Yes. Okay. At this point, I want to give all of the rings over to Peter, because he's going to be utilising them at some point. So Pete is very close to level 11. He will kill another archer in this next fight. We're going to be introduced to some new characters. We got Gesh here. He's a bit of a gnarly loser. It's more like catch up to a point, yeah. It's more like catch up. Like the more you miss, the more you'll gain back. But you'll probably gain if you miss more than you gain, you'll probably miss more than you gain back though. I'll say the rubber band doesn't always exceed expectations. It kind of like tries to catch up as much as it feasibly can. But yeah, what's the good and bad for each Shining Force? So Shining Force 1, I mean, they're balanced differently. I think the biggest weakness of Shining Force as a whole is that generally the parties aren't as well developed as other strategy RPGs. Games like the Fire Emblem games and like FF Tactics, for example. Those two particulars are very good at kind of like creating strong characters that you care about in the world. And these games don't have as developed characters. Like the protagonists and the most important characters that always show up have a level of character depth to them, but they're not as developed. Mechanically, it depends on preference really, because they're all balanced differently. Promotion is a drawback when you, in Shining Force 1, it's flat here, and it's a gain in Shining Force 3. And Shining Force 3 tried to go a little bit more story-heavy by having a lot more cutscenes and stuff. If you've played a Golden Sun game and seen the cutscene strength of those games, 3's like that. I guess, I mean, again, it comes down to preference as well. Like, a lot of games do the whole attack and guarantee counter, you know, like Wargroove or FE and any kind of like RPG that has you attack, I attack, guaranteed, and all that kind of stuff. This game is just I attack. Level up. There we go. So 100 attack power on Peter now, which when you go past 90, when you go past 99, your attack becomes question. It just means above 100 or 100 plus. I don't know what Peter's attack is unless I actually actively keep track of what his attack is. But it's 100 now, and he'll equip the power ring to go to 105. This is a hard snipe. This one I can miss. At 80 I shouldn't miss, but you can. Power ring. Please. He dodged it. Fantastic. He dodged it. Okay. Plus 1 minute. Ugh. That's even scarier because, like, it wasn't like I damaged him and then I'm gonna guarantee the hit. I still have to hope I get the kill. Whilst Bowie gets assaulted by dark snipers. Oh, Peter won't die. He won't. The enemies are not activated yet, that's the thing. Outside of a few. Like, the Dark Dwarf and the Archer aren't activated. They activate on the next turn. Spheres of influence will be explained in full detail very shortly. I've talked about activating you. That is the damage down glitch. That is 100% the damage down glitch. There is no chance that Peter would only leave 4 HP. Zero chance. At 105 attack power, the lowest you can deal is 39. That is the attack down glitch. Good fun. Peter's defense is so good because he's got a lot more levels. I promoted him at level 32 in non-promotion, so his defense has been going up by 2 the entire time. So he's got like 12 levels of extra defense. I think in a marathon world record it is completely I guess. No. World record does not matter. If I was still grinding for PBs, like big PBs and stuff, I would have reset a long time ago. When I died outside Gallon in like 40 minutes. Alright then, big man, don't dodge again. There we go. We lost a lot of time for that, sadly. The world record is like, I think 5:14. 5:14? 5:13? It's the first submitted run that uses the new manipulation. Because there's a way to manipulate outcomes of battle to get double attacks and guaranteed crits and stuff like that. This run doesn't use them. As I was mentioning earlier, that this is titled as just any %. We haven't got around to clarifying and sorting out any change in category for with manip and without manip, because there are different types of glitches as well that we use, and this run uses out of battle manipulation. We don't use we manipulate the midfields basically. I'll talk about that later. But we use no in battle manipulation, or I use no in battle manipulation, and I do no major skipping with slingshot or out of bounds. I only use movement glitch to get one space. So there's a very big difference of like stuff right now. We haven't quite decided what's going on, so we're currently still in the same category. But we are looking to change things moving forward. Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He isn't fighting now. He's just he's our advisor, which is helpful to a degree. So I'm going to save in Pakalon here. This is Pakalon, Village of Centaurs. Now Higgins is apparently not as bad as I think he is. I think he's really bad. But people are like, no man, Higgins is good, yeah? Are you sure, man? So Peter's going to move 11 spaces and just basically make his way all the way to the top and one-shot this lizard man. I don't have to worry about the power ring being equipped or not, because he's standing on a 0% tile. You might remember, that when I was talking about the land effect and what they do, the percentage is not defense increase, it's damage reduction. So 30% damage reduction is a huge deal the further into the game you get. So yeah, I mean, if you're dealing 50 damage, you know, or if you would deal 50, you're going to be, you know, losing like 60. Sorry, you're losing 15, 16 damage. A lot of damage is basically what it is. So I have no need to worry about my attack. So yeah. He's on a 0% tile and he dies. Blows up immediately. He's old anyway. Yeah. If he dies, it doesn't matter. He's old anyway. Really weirdly, there's like I'm going to show you. You can't move here for some reason. You have to go around it. I don't know why. You can move alongside that bit on the previous one. But yeah. Okay, the bridge fight. This is a big map, right? Yeah, it's a big map. This is a cool fight. Peter's movement is just so large now, really. A lot of this game had very different strats before we got Peter that's like grinded like this. We never used to grind Peter. We used to just continue and have like a full party and use like, you know, Sorcerer Kazin and try and drop dowels on everyone and, you know, buffing Slade and stuff. Oh man, it was great. Very different. Baboosh. So the Wyvern can dodge. He's again 1 in 8 chance. He's got a high chance of dodging because he's flying. But yeah, he can dodge, and if you do, you just lose out on half a level's experience. It doesn't make a big difference, but I've never had it make a difference. But it does mean that you might have to use your Brave Apples earlier if you need to, if you get quite unlucky with level ups and stuff. very small, small margin. You need to do that though. This guy's the boss. Fight over. So Peter is now level 12. This is where like Peter's level ups shift a little bit. My best solo Bowie time, like sub 10, like 9 hours or something. Solo Bowie's a fun run. But yeah, it's like 9:50 something. Oh, I want to do another solo Bowie run at some point because it can be like as low as 8, sub 8, if everything goes well. But yeah. So Peter's now level 12. Oh, this is Camila, by the way. She's great. She's got a big iron ball, and she hits very hard. We're not going to fight her now. We're going to fight her later. But yeah, Peter's level 12 now. At this point, level 13 and onwards, Peter is going to get a rapidly increasing chance of gaining attack plus 3. When Peter is into the 20s, he's probably going to be getting attack plus 3 on most levels. Not every level, but most levels. But yeah, he's going to start getting attack plus 3s from now on. I want to see them. I really want to see them. I need to see them, really. That's the most ideal thing. Pass the power ring to Sarah. Sarah's back in, just for a fight, bless her. Yeah, sick dodge. Wow, the jukes, dude. Love it. Oh wow, please. He's a little torch, kind of like Huey. Not sure if they're related. This is a really cool fight. So that's water, and you're seeing a reflection, so you'll actually see like the clouds pass in a way. You see the little white bits going up. There's the clouds passing. Oh no! The priest is evil! Bowie, attack. Okay. Peter, attack! So Sarah can move up. Use the power. So the priests can go 2 ways as well. They have 2 different types of promotion trees. They can go become a priest, a vicar, or if you use the vigor ball, they become master monks. The master monks are way cooler, but they have less MP. I didn't actually check. Empowering to Pater. So the Zalbard fight. This fight used to be very, very difficult. This fight used to be very, very difficult. Yeah, we just buffed Peter. He's very, very strong. He's strong anyway, but the power ring is just making sure that nothing survives. We're not going to use the power ring to actually buff Peter in this fight. So I was talking earlier about the spheres of influence, and this is where it's the biggest showcase of this technique being busted in this game. So, enemies will obviously activate at certain points, right? Enemies activate when you go within a certain well, if enemies aren't activated by default, because certain ones are just ready to go all the time. But enemies will activate if you go within a certain range of them in total. They have like a range that's around them. And that is called their sphere of influence. When you break inside that range, the enemies will activate on the next turn. Not on the turn you move in, on the next turn that starts. Because again, the enemies and characters are all locked into the way that they are at the beginning. So, I'm just going to show you quickly. I'm going to move 11 spaces up to here. Zalbard's sphere of influence ends here and here. It's 10 spaces in like a thing around him. So here, all of this here is the end of his sphere of influence. So 1 space to the right and 1 space up of where Peter is now, which is 10 spaces. His sphere is 10 spaces long. Peter goes at the absolute top of the turn, because he's one of the fastest units in the game. So, at the beginning of the turn, he's going to break inside the sphere of influence and attack Zalbard. He won't kill Zalbard. But all the enemies around him, up there, that would attack him, are not going to activate. That means, most importantly, the Master Monk is not going to activate. So there he is. He isn't moving. I'm going to do a safety save just to make sure, because if he dodges, it's fight over. Turbo, and then hold B for everything else. So, Peter is going to move inside that sphere of influence. Going to equip the power ring and attack and deal half of Zalbard's HP. That's not half of Zalbard's HP. That's the low damage roll. I haven't seen that damage roll before. Well, in a long time. But yeah, enemies aren't going to attack me. He should be fine. He should deal 42 damage again. If he does another 39, I'll be impressed. But yeah. So none of the enemies are going to move. Most importantly, the Master Monk is not going to use heal 4 and cure Zalbard of all of his damage. That's the most important thing. That she doesn't get her go. And that's the Zalbard fight. So, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. So yeah, I have been utilising that the entire time throughout the run in little ways, but not really. When I say utilising it, not to get quick kills like that. I've been pushing characters into a position to activate enemies quickly, if you know what I mean. That's what I've been trying to do at certain points. But that's the first time that we really break a fight that should be much harder because of the sphere of influence being breached in that way. Thumbs up emoji. Yeah, I've been playing this game since I was a wee nipper. This is like my first few memories are of like this game and then like Satan 1. Call it Final Fantasy Adventure because most people wouldn't know what Mystic Quest is if I was to say just Mystic Quest and not Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. But yeah, like this game, Final Fantasy Adventure, big games. But then I've been speedrunning it for about 5 years, so I've seen a lot of stuff in my time. And it's been very scary. This fight used to be an absolute run killer all the time. Before we had the sphere of influence break like that. It was just murder and death and pain. Right, so the first 2 power waters that we got need to be +4. This one can be whatever. But usually I get a +4 here. Yeah, 3. But we just do that just to make Peter even stronger. Yeah, I know. But Taya is a pretty weak character. She's a sorcerer, so she does good magic, like damage. If you like pop a Dow on someone, then they're going to be crying. But her defense is just obscenely low. Goes back to Sarah one more time. And now, because we saved in Pakalon, we're just going to regress back. Now, before I do this, I will talk to you about something pretty cool. We used to skip the Jaro fight. You can skip Jaro completely. If you save in Tristan, finish this fight, and then egress back to Tristan, you can just walk across the top and never trigger the fight with Jaro, and you can just skip him. But actually, we need Jaro. Jaro came back into the run and the route in general, and he's really good now. So we grab the Pegasus wing as well, which is in the most weird spot ever. And go grab Fraser here. House. And now we're going to do this next fight. So again, Sarah has the power ring, so she can buff up Peter. We don't need the maximum buff, because as I mentioned, the buff is a 37.5% buff. And then it depreciates by 12.5 every turn. Down and down to 25, 12.5 every turn. Peter's attack is so high that he only really needs level 2, like the tier 2 or even the tier 1 buff in order to get it. The absolute maximum tier only is needed for like a couple of fights. There are runs done on super mode as well, yeah. Some people run on super. Jaro doesn't do much attacking, I'll say that. You'll see how Jaro is useful. Not in the way you're thinking, though, I'll say that. Protect ring, just to lower the damage done, because Peter can die. Peter is tanky as all get out, but he can die here. This is an annoying, because these enemies hit very hard. So, I mean, they would if I didn't have the protect ring on. Also, there is a necromancer. And necromancers like to use freeze. Now, Peter is strong against Blaze, but he is not strong against freeze. So this is quite a serendipitous fight, actually. It's not as like solid a. We're quite lucky that what happens happens. There's one thing that can ruin this fight, and actually in my PB it happened, and that's if the enemy dodges. Oh no, sorry, if I counter. Because I'm going to get physically attacked by either the Orc Lord or the Dark Knight. If either of those two get countered, the enemies will move in a way that I can't reach the boss, and I will lose. So, I have to get lucky. Bye, Sarah. Thank you for your service. So, Dark Knight, do not counter Peter. It's a 1 in 32. Don't wreck me, thank you. Now, because of that, the Orc Lord is going to move really weirdly up, right. Should move to the right and up, or just left twice. Okay. Now, the healer would go and heal. The healer would go and heal the guy if I countered, and he'd move to the right and clear. Yeah, the Orc Lord moves to the left. The Knight is the one who moves out to the right hand side. So yeah, he'll move nowhere, and he'll move nowhere. So yeah, there we go. And Peter has enough damage to finish this. Funnily enough, Peter doesn't actually need the buff to do that because it's a 0% tile. But it is a damage roll. You don't need to have the powering done to do that. But there we go. Once again, powering back to Peter, and it's all fine. Okay, so we're making good progress. We're clearing things quite quickly. Now this is a Jaro fight. We are going to get Jaro. I wouldn't say he's essentially good, quote unquote, good.tm. But he's very helpful in what he needs to do. Because this run is not about Jaro, this run is about Peter. We're going to give Peter the quick ring, just so he outturns everything. Because there's a low chance that this Pegasus Knight can outturn Peter on the second turn. And if it does, it moves in front of him. And it blocks Peter off from moving. If Peter either needs to move up or left for the first turn to get to the right spot. And the Cerberus attacks the left-hand side. So if the Pegasus Knight outturns Peter, he blocks Peter from moving, and the strats become precarious. You can do it, but it's a little bit harder. It takes a bit more time. So Jaro, Captain Scar over there, with the great hair, and the massive chin. Doesn't really do much. Protect ring. Protect ring because the Bowmaster also hits like, you know, like a 17 wheeler or whatever they're called, 18 wheeler, 17. Where's the odd wheel? Like an 18 wheeler, whatever they're called. So Jaro's gonna get bopped hard. Oh, the dodge, my boy. Smash it! Bosh. Is that enough to heal? I think it is enough to make it heal. So yeah, I need to not get hit by the Bowmaster. The Bowmaster is now standing on a 0% tile, which means that with the power ring equipped, I have a very strong chance of killing it. There is a very, very low chance that I won't. Again, I will cry if I don't. But yeah. Power ring. I believe in you. My boy. Attack +3. Come on, Pete. I need to see some threes. We're hitting. Yeah. I think 15, 16 are usually reliable for it, but yeah, you can start getting them at level 13. I'm Jaro from Gallum. I'm really bad, but you'll still make use of me, right? Absolutely, mate. Right? Yeah, you can use Aggress out of battle. It's pretty cool. Oh, thank you. I'll try to do my best, but don't worry, I'm going to go right into the caravan rather than just joining the force like every other character in the game. There is a glitch you can do with Jaro. I think it's only in the Japanese version. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone who knows a bit more about like that kind of stuff. But Jaro, I think if he dies and you clear the fight, he never becomes human controlled, he stays AI controlled. I think. There's a way that he will stay AI controlled, which means that he is completely usable. Niles! Frazier, the vicar, enjoys the force. Okay. We call them. I call them pageants now. I don't know why. Quick ring to outturn the Necromancer because you don't want it coming down here because Bowie's going to be moving up as much as he can in order to be closer to the exit when we continue. Repeat after me, chat. Repeat after me. Lol Frazier. Alright? Lol Frazier. Lol Frazier. Let's go, Peter. Go on, Frazier, you got it. You can take on 3 high-level enemies as a vicar. I believe in you, sir. Go on, Frazier, my son. Knacker them. The estimate's a 6-hour estimate. It's looking fine for a sub-6. Oh, so close, Frazier. So close. You almost did it, my friend. Come on, Pete. We need some more attack +3s, buddy. I've had a run where I didn't kill him. Peter, I did the grind promoting Peter at 79. He got the attack +1 between levels 2 and 4, and then didn't get any attack +3s, and he left the shaman with 1 HP. Or so upset. Or so upset. Okay, so yeah, well, another kind of like big story recap. After we did the stuff in Devil's Tail with Creed, we found out that we need to go back to Grand Seal, and a way that we could have feasibly done that was we know that there's a ship in the North Palm called the Nazca ship, and the Nazca ship will be able to get us back over. So we go to North Palmesia, and we're basically trying to make our way back. After Zalbard, actually, in the shrine of Metula, because that's Metula's shrine, and Metula is the god of the earth. So if Volcanon is the god of the skies, Metula is the god of the earth, and that's where you get the ground orb from. She takes it and sods off. But in that shrine, on the left I grabbed the power water and skipped Taya, but on the right there's the ancients, or the elders, whatever, the storytellers of Tristan. And the storytellers of Tristan tell you the story about how Xeon came to power, how he beat out Dark Soul and Dark Dragon for dominion over the devils, and how to defeat the devils. So, a bit more lore for you. In Shining Force 1, Max takes the Sword of Light and the Sword of Darkness and combines them together to create the Chaos Breaker, which is an amazing name for a weapon. Running Pimento onto Jaro. Power Ring onto Jaro. Blizzard onto Jaro. And a healing onto Jaro. Okay. Now the Chaos Breaker was used to defeat Dark Dragon. When it was used, it was kept. It was left in Dark Dragon. We have no way around it. It basically stays with Max. Max gets fused to Dark Dragon. In the Gaiden games, we get introduced to a weapon called the Sword of Hager, or the Sword of Haya, or however you want to pronounce it. The Sword of Haya gets renamed the Force Sword by Ian and the Shining Force, and then it gets left in Grand Seal. I'm gonna find this. You're fine. Jaro, are you fine? Yeah, it gets left in Grand Seal after being renamed the Force Sword in honor of the Shining Force. He used it to stop Dark Soul again with the power of the Chaos Breaker and the Force Sword. Right, this is the Camila fight. This fight is really cool. Again, Peter's very powerful, and you're going to see a lot of him. But the way that we do it in this fight is, in particular, very, very interesting. I really, really like it. So, we gave Jaro the second running Pimento, which means that he has 9 move, which is the maximum move you can get through buffs without the ring. Peter is going to move 9 spaces and equip the running ring. And then Jaro is going to move 9 spaces as well to meet Peter, and he will be 1 space behind Peter. Remember that. 1 space behind after moving. Those are the Nazca lines. What I found very interesting is I grew up with this game and Illusion of Time, or Illusion of Gaia, and both games have the Nazca ship in them, or the Nazca line, the Nazca Condor. Both games have it, which is really weird that I played both of those games and had exposure to Nazca. So Peter is now going to move 11 spaces into the Crook of the Claw just here. Good stuff, Peter. No, the Force Sword and the Chaos Breaker are 2 different swords. The Force Sword is the Sword of Hydra. So Peter, now he's going to move 9 spaces. He's 3 spaces away, so he can cast attack buff. Peter will not get the massive tier, the tier 1, or the tier 3, rather. He's not going to get the tier 3. He'll get the tier 2 buff, but it's going to be enough for him to take down Camila. Camila has 99 HP. It's not a small amount of HP, that's a lot of HP. Peter is now going to move 11 spaces between these two, and we're going to use Protect Ring. This is going to buff his defensive power by 37.5% and his speed. Now, Camila is faster than Peter. We're also inside her sphere of influence. If I didn't use the boost spell, she would move before us and go to the left, so Peter couldn't reach her. The boost spell also increases our defense, so these guys can't kill us. What's great is there's characters. There's characters to the left and right and below who can cover, but there's no one who will walk into Peter. The archer is going to attack Peter from far away, so Peter will not be blocked from moving up. so Peter can reach Camila, he'll be faster than Camila, and he's also got a lot of strength. And it's because of those 3 positions we put him into. Into the crook, into here, Gyro follows up with the buff. And nothing can deal damage because he's been buffed up. Very important. There we go. I'm going to equip the Protect Ring just in case, because she does hit hard. Now, I cannot really kill her in 1 hit. I have crit her once. I have crit her once for the full 99. I've only done it once. And it was when I had a lot of +3s. I got 3 +3s by level 16. 14, 15, and 16. And he crit for 99. That's the only time it's ever happened. The only way that he can get the kill in 1 turn is if he counters her or double attacks. I don't rely on the crit, it's very rare. Even if you get the crit, you normally leave her with like anywhere between 2 and 5 HP. But for purposes here, so the reason the buff's important is because there is a healer. So if you don't have a buff, you can deal a ton of damage, but you'd have to go through so many more turns because the healer is propping her up. But with the tier 2 and tier 1 buff, Peter will do enough to damage her in the first place and then clear the buff, and then clear the healing as well. So that's helpful. Just don't dodge. That's Camila down. I lost? Take this. This is the Skywalk. You can drive the Nazca ship. Shining Force 3 is absolutely brilliant. I love it so much. I think I'm a big fan of Scenario 2 the most. I just like Scenario 2. Mostly because Median is a beast. God, I love that guy. He's so cool. He's also got the instant death special as well, which is so cool. When he does like the warp and he does all of the strikes and the last one kills, it's like, oh yes! Yes, Median! But like, Scenario 3 is just such a marvel. Like, in terms of like a cinematic spectacle, it's so good. Oh. Camelot, man. Camelot Software Planning. They're a good company, and I love them very much. What's really interesting, I mean, not many people are aware of this because it's one of those kind of things that kind of went very, very much under the radar, but last year, Shugo Takahashi, which is one of the 2 Takahashi brothers who are the heads of Camelot Software Planning, were having a conversation as part of an interview, and they said, we want to make a proper Shining Force 4. They would like to make one. Which is nice to see that RPG fires are burning at Camelot. You know, they'll be making sports games till the end of time because they sell well and people like them, and they're generally good games. And, you know, when you get commissioned to make a game by Nintendo, you're going to make one that sells, right? It's nice that they want to make one. I don't see it being difficult, Sega giving the rights to Shining back to Camelot. I don't see that happening. A collaboration between Nintendo and Sega, they've been collaborating a lot more recently. And I don't see it a bad thing. I don't think Sega would go, no, you can't have Shining. I do think it would be harder for Nintendo to allow, I think as a guess, I think they wouldn't be interested in having a contender for the position that Fire Emblem is in, which is the current, reigning, and main, consistent SRPG out there. It's the only one that's really going and consistently getting results and releases. I would like to see, you know, Tactics come back as well, and Tactics come back. That's my thought on the matter. But it's nice to hear that Camelot are up for it. You love Shining Force Neo? You're the first person I've heard say that. Welcome to a very, very distinct club with only a few members. Oh man, no. If you enjoy it, good. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's the most important thing. We enjoy our video games. As long as you enjoy your games, that's the most important thing. I think it is a Shining game. I think Shining Force is a bit of a thing that's tough because, like, Shining Force is a subset of Shining. Shining is a series unto itself. Obviously Shining in the Darkness, made by Camelot and Climax back then. Climax also made Climax Entertainment and Camelot, who were then called Sonic Team back then. They made Shining Force 1 and Shining in the Darkness together with Climax, but Climax made Landstalker. As well. But yeah, so yeah, they made all of the early Shining games, and Camelot left Sega after Shining Force 3 and like Shining Wisdom and Shining the Holy Ark. And those are Shining Wisdom's a bit of a question mark. I won't lie. It's a bit of fun, but it is a question mark. But Shining the Holy Ark is a brilliant game, and so is Shining Force 3. But like all the Shining games after, like Shining Soul, Shining Tears, Shining Resonance, all these games are made just by Sega rather than by Camelot. So they are like a wider thing. But yeah, slightly different. And I would personally, I would recommend. I would recommend Shining Force Feather. It's very different and it's very modern. And it's not at all like this, but it's not a bad strategy RPG. Shining Force Feather was really good. It only came out in Japan naturally. I wonder if there is actually a fan translation by now. But if you can get a script and play and make your way through it, it's a fairly enjoyable game. But yeah, the Shining Force name is kind of like for a subset. So Neo, if it was just called something like Shining something, I would have been all for it. But they called it Shining Force Neo because they were like they used the characters from Shining Force, like Max and stuff. So well, it literally is a new Shining Force. Is kind of how they did it, really. I picked up Shining Wisdom. I never owned Assassin when I was a kid, so I've been picking up a lot of games retroactively. I'm trying to pick up all of the Camelot games. I'm only missing Final Conflict, and it's very expensive. I'm counting owning Gaiden 1 and 2 in Japanese as me owning CD, but I don't actually own CD. So I can get kind of bamboozled here. If the enemy positions move in a certain way, they can actually block the knight or the bow rider, and I can't get to him, so I have to be careful. But yeah, it is. Wisdom is an interesting game. The fact that you have to mash to run is just absolute. Oh, it's a design abomination. It really is. That's the biggest question mark I've ever seen in video games, is like mashing to keep your run speed up. What a decision. What a decision. Don't dodge me. Attack +2. This is a really bad Peter. I don't know why that works. If you run right there, it just puts you straight into the next area. I think it's something to do with like that line being an interesting low loading zone for the game, so it just does that. Don't know why, but yeah. Oh no, I mean Wisdom's an interesting game, but it's not a bad game structure. Come on. Sorry, 11. So I'm not going to kill any of these Prism Flowers. I'm going to be attacking them because I want the experience. So the level cap on these guys is like level 44. Really high. Really high level cap. When I say 40, by the way, it's counting the level in non-promotion plus your level in promotion. So Jaro is level 32. Level 12 in promotion. So he's level 32. So yeah, these guys have like a level 44 level cap, roughly around there. It could be 45. They have a very high level cap. So Peter just attacking them, just looking at them, gives him a big chunk of experience. So we're going to equip the Protect Ring because we're going to get attacked by the Bow Rider. This just keeps Peter safe. Oof. Thank you. Finally, attack plus 3. The Shining Force CCD games are worth playing. Yeah, they're really, really nice. Because the Gaiden games were originally for Sega Game Gear, the handheld, they took out the free exploration that the mainline Shining Force games have, which is a massive loss to the general feel of the game. But the way that the battles work and everything like that is exactly the same. The fact that the Game Gear managed to make completely like cinematic, scenes of battle is fantastic in the first place, and the music's lovely too. They're still great games, but they're much more akin to Fire Emblem in that vein because they haven't got the world exploration, which again is the big reason that this game is so good. Not the main reason. The game's amazing for loads of reasons, but it's the thing that stands out as a separate thing. This speedrun is Peter Force. I've done an any percent without Peter as well. You just use Slade instead. Because again, move range and the ability to move through stuff is the most important thing in this game. So we just buff up Slade and just send him. He can't do it as cleanly as Peter can because he can't fly. He's Peter if Peter had no wings. I really wish Gaholt had more move. Like, you have to burn both pimentos on him for him to be viable, sadly. It is a real shame. Because he is just so cool. And like my favourite wolfman in all of Shasha. Powering's still fine. Holy yeah. So the Executioner, the guy that I'm going for, the guy in red with the massive scythe, I could move Bowie down, but I'm not going to do it just in case I miss. The Executioner is the leader, and also do I have a space? He drops a battle sword. You know what? Just in case. Just in case. So I won't know if he dropped it. I'll just have to check later. But the battle sword is like the strongest weapon that you get as a drop. I think the counter sword might be stronger, but the counter sword drops very rarely from Odd Eye, but it does. Right, okay, Peter, how are you doing, mate? How is your attack? And you're okay, you're almost level 18, yeah. See, sometimes I want to use my Brave Apples now, but I'm not going to use them now. Cool, let's do it. This is a difficult fight. So, what's really cool about this game, this is the thing I like as well so in Shining Force 1, when you hit over 100 HP, your HP goes question, but the bar stays the same. The bar's just a yellow bar. And then you just keep whacking away at the yellow bar until it suddenly goes red. Until, oh, finally, he's got HP that I can see. You're just hitting them and like thinking, am I even doing damage? Yes, you are, but you can't see it. This game does it differently. In this game, when you go over 100 HP, you start building a second bar of HP over the first one, which I really love. Like visually, seeing the green appear for the first time on your character is like, oh baby, here we go. Peter going into the green, Bowie going into the green. It's like, oh, here we go. We're getting really strong now. And that wraps over for enemies. For you as players, your HP caps are 200. So you can only get full green bar. You can't get another bar. There are more bars. But I think it's a really cool visual design to have the bar growing over it. I like. How's it going there? No worries. T-Ski Soccer, otherwise known as No Worries. A very big advocate of Shining Force speedruns. He did a lot of routing for a lot of games alongside time myself and a few others. Torek and Reinhold. General Community Beasts. Curry as well. Yeah, T-Ski did a lot of routing for a lot of these games. Good to see you, my friend. The cool thing about Balboroy is that he can equip the Chaos Breaker. so yeah, Max is just left in non-promotion, being a bit of a wiener in the corner. And then Balboroy is just like, I am the hero! Attack plus 2, Pete? What is this? Level 19, I've got 1 attack plus 3. Balboroy is legit really good in that game. It's kind of cool. Zylo's a very, very popular character. He is a really popular character in Shining Force. It's one of those ones that I never kind of like understood myself, but mostly just because like, you know, I grew up with 2 more than anything else, and I had Gahul. But like, Zylo is one of those characters that I kind of feel like if you promote him, he just rapidly decreases the quality compared to him, how strong he is in non-promotion. He's really good in non-promotion, like absolutely amazing. I think he's very weak in promotion. He takes like he takes the biggest knock in promotion because he doesn't have weapons. Dang. I know, right? Peter didn't kill something in 1 hit. Whatever shall we do? Don't worry, we've got to back up. Fire's better than another attack. Is Blur viable? I'm not a massive fan of Blur. I think it's too hard to get. When you get him like 2 or 3 levels in promotion, he becomes a monster. But it's just too much of a ball lake to do it. Oh, Jaro, you suck. This is why I gave Jaro the Blizzard. So the Blizzard is an attack item that does set damage, or a set range, 18 to 20 I think it is, or like 18 to 22, 24, around that. So it does like a set amount of damage, so it overrides the fact that Jaro is, you know, rubbish. So, we have a guy with 140 HP, standing on a 30% tile with a healer and a Blaze Forecaster. However are we going to do this? Well, Peter's going to do a majority of the work, but Jaro is indispensable here. He is a very important character as part of this particular setup. I've had Peter take off the quick ring. Hopefully he gets out. I'm actually going to save with Bowie. I'm going to do a battle save with Bowie so that I can get the turn order I want. I do not want the Baron game 2 goes. So. We are holding down the B button on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th option, so we don't get any of the other options up. Good. Quick ring. So we have been buffed with our attack. Sorry, it's 150 HP. So we did half his HP, right? Just about 76 damage. Don't need to add that. He's got D-Soul as well. I had a run once in the old strat, so we used to send Bowie, Gaian, Kana, Peter, Slade down to fight him. He de-sold 4 people in a row and then de-sold my hero. I'm not even joking, he got 5 de-souls in a row. Straight. Peter, Slade, Gaian, Kana, Bowie. Thanks. So the Blizzard is to help offset that heal. Nice, 22. Very good. So, hopefully, Peter kills this guy. Joe's gonna get wrecked. Well, add a little bit more time to it, go on. Big fan. 70. Oh, you absolute troll, dude. Ugh. Hit him down to 6-ish. Oh, there we go! We did it! Oh, attack plus 2, Peter, please! So many emotions. Yeah, there we go. Or just double attack him. We're getting a lot of attack plus 2s, so Peter is looking really weak. He's meant to have like at least 3 or 4 at this point, but we're definitely missing a lot of damage. It's not going to matter so much now, but I want to see a lot of attack plus 3s in the 20s. It's very important. So yeah, the reason he didn't get that kill in the first time is that his damage rolls were low enough because he didn't have enough attack. The potential damage rolls were low enough. And Jaro is still alive. So you can see why Jaro is helpful. He's not doing anything. Like he maybe like clears up a kill that Peter can't finish himself. He'll clear things up wherever possible. But his job is to buff. So we're now going to do a bit of actual manipulation. As I say, the run that I do, the any percent that I do, is different from the any percent that is currently being worked on with more glitches and more in-battle manipulation. I only do out-of-battle manipulation. So first of all, I'm going to give my mid-rolls down to not Elric. Well, into Eric. I did get 5. I grabbed an extra one just in case, because I thought I missed one, but I didn't. Okay, so we're going to... Sarah is still dead, but she's out of the party, so she can come back. Rhodes... Let's do it. Why not? Let's do it. Eric needs to come back to life. I need him. Not yet, Fraser. You stay dead. Also like to promote Eric into another pageant. So this is how he would normally become a paladin if you just promote him regularly, but with the Pegasus wing, you become a Pegasus knight or a pageant. So we have now 2 Pegasus knights. We're gonna save. You know what? No worries. And I never. Can I reset now? I never actually checked. I never tried this. Never actually in all my years. Never just tried. I always wait until I do this to reset. Don't know why, but I just do. Okay, cool. So I'm going to be looking for a particular type of movement here. I'm going to move in a very specific way. It looks quite straightforward, yes, but I need to do it just right. It's going for the U shape. Okay. Up, left, up. Down, left, right, up. Okay, that should be right. That should be right. I was a cycle early, but yeah, that should be right. Okay. So this should give me 1 missed javelin and 3 halberds. It may be 4 halberds. It might be 2 missed javelins and 2 halberds. If I'm off by like a pixel, or I'm sorry, off by a frame or whatever, it might change it. So I'm not sure which one I got there. I think it's right though. When it goes up to the top and then down. Yeah. Before continuing though, there we go. So this is the manipulation. I'm waiting for a certain move to take place, at which point I get guaranteed the best weapon in the item pool and then the 3 that I want. So I want 3 halberds and 1 mist javelin. The mist javelin has a range of 2, and it's also the strongest spear in the game. There's an evil lance which is stronger, but the mist javelin is the strongest spear in the game. Sorry, Valkyrie, not halberds. Valkyries. Sorry. 2 Valkyries. I want 3 Valkyries and a mist javelin. 3 Valkyries and a halberd. Whatever, I'll take it. CBA. So yeah, I mean it's fine. I can do it with Valkyries. The most important thing is I get three Valkyries specifically. So the reason I want Valkyries more than anything else is because the Valkyrie, when used as a weapon, as an item, not like attacking. If it's used as an item, it has the same effect as Power Ring. It's power. So we have 2 Pegasus Knights that can chase and follow Peter and buff him up and keep him buffed. So we only need 3 Valkyries. I mean, ideally I get the Mist Javelin as well, but I can't be bothered to reset. It doesn't really make a difference. It just helps. It's more of a guaranteed fail-safe more than anything else. It was figured out by lots of frame counting and stuff. Cirrus is a guy who's been looking into that a lot. Yeah, the halberd is trash. I meant Valkyrie, yeah. I don't know why I was saying halberd. But yeah, the Valkyrie is good, the halberd is trash. The Holy Lance is the favourable spear. The favourable lance if you get it, but even then it's not great. They are, it's odd. When you speak to the guy, the RNG is locked in. So, you get what you get from 1, 2, 3, and 4, if you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, from the moment you speak to him. That's when it locks in. Okay, I think I'm ready. This is the Gesp fight, and the Gesp fight is very, very tricky. We've got a few fights left. Probably about 6 fights left. I think this one, Hydra, Odd-Eye, Klein. Yeah, 6 fights left. Okay, so I'm going to pop Peter just here. Just here. Nowhere else. So I don't want to go below this line. The line that Bowie is on. If I go below this line, enemies will start spawning. An enemy I don't want to see called a Burst Rock. They are eventually going to start spawning, but I don't want to spawn them just yet. I want to get everyone safe and out of the way of the Burst Rocks before they start spawning. They're annoying. They're annoying. That's it. There's no good thing about them. They're just annoying. I'm kind of nervous about Peter's attack power. He's very low right now. No, the attack buff does not stack, but you use it like an attack buff. So, I now have, rather than Peter having... so Peter can equip the power ring and get an extra 5 attack as well as getting the buff. So equipping the ring gives you +5 attack power, but the boost that you use when you use the power ring or use the Valkyrie is +37.5% of your base attack. So, I don't want Peter to go first. I want Gesp to go first. So again, I'm going to move into position to buff the Valkyrie. Need to equip it as well. Look at that green HP. 101 HP there on the old Peter. And the Burst Rock's going to do their thing. I'm going to save with Eric because I want to make sure that Gesp goes first. So Gesp is the introduction to the most annoying thing in this entire game, and that is Freeze 4. Freeze 4 hits for 55 to 60 damage, I think, or 50 to 60. It is big damage. It is horrible, it is big, and it is scary, and that's perfect. Right. So I'm going to equip the quick ring now. By equipping the quick ring... That is not good enough, I don't think. Yeah, I don't want to have him still in question HP. Sorry. That was really bad. So you can see that his counter is happening regardless because I'm just going down and moving. That's set RNG whenever I do the input. This is going to happen. Oh, not the ice breath, dude. Can you go after one of the Pegasus, please? One of the 2 Pegasi? No? Okay. You didn't use freeze. That's his physical attack. He does more with freeze. Peter is clearly just hanging right now. That's a great thing. I'm going to do another save before just to make sure I get the turn. Peter has the quick ring on, so he should out-turn, but it's just one of those things, you know, you want to make sure. So what's really cool about Eric is like 10 levels lower than Jaro, and he's got the same attack as Jaro. So, yeah. Eric's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't like doing these game saves and resetting, but it's just a safer way to make sure that I get what I want. Yeah, and I think the capture's going to have a little bit of a moment here. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, as I said, my OSSC sometimes goes into a state of dropping frames when I do resets, because it's an OSSC. Oh, the double! Let's go, my son! Okay, so the last few burst rocks will appear, and then hopefully Peter doesn't get wrecked. Good! Just to make sure, power ring. Nice, okay. We in there. Okay, attack plus 3. So Peter just leveled up, so he's not going to get the level up on the next kill, so I'm going to use my apples now. Depending on whether Peter levels up on Gesp or after the Hydra, you want to use your apples then. What's going on out there? Apologies, I guess he's screaming outside. I think maybe, like... Is it school finishing? No, it's only 1:30. Why is there screaming going on? Relax. So this is what Xeon can do. Now everyone's always like saying, why doesn't he just do that to the Force? I'm like, well, they're clearly protected by the Jewel of Light that Bowie has around his neck. He can't take off because of the mineral chain, right? Okay, no one died. No one died. Did we get a break though? I don't think we did. We didn't. Beautiful. Now the battle sword. I still have it. Who's going to use it? I hear you ask. Well, earlier people were joking about his name being a bit lame, but there was a chap who we just defeated called the Red Baron. He was under the control of the Devils after the events at the beginning of the game where he was knocked unconscious just before the earthquake. Well, he's now been under the control of the demons, all that kind of stuff. But, Mr. Lemon, the Red Baron, is a big lad, and he will be helping us finish the game. He's the last character to join the Force. If you go and grab chats first, or Elmega, how I call it. But yeah. really good for a late game join. Bum 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 ba-da. Don't miss. I didn't use my apples. Oh my! I even said I was going to use them. Oh, what a waste of 50 experience. Okay. Well, 91 as well. Can't believe this. I have to do it. Damn, that's my fault. I completely forgot about it. Oh man, it was the screaming outside. It distracted me. Someone's having not a very good day, it seems. Either a disagreement or something, but dang. I've been living here for almost a year, haven't heard anything like that. Kiwi the hero. Agree. So here is the Sword of Haya, or Hyja, now named the Force Sword. Didn't get a sub 5 for it. So I need to go and check Eric's spears. They're all fine. Okay. So this is the last chance I get to use the caravan. So I have bare minimum 6 casts of attack. I'm not going to go back out. So, as I said, I have bare minimum 6 casts of attack power. Or 8, because I have the power ring. There's going to be 2 in the Odd Eye fight. The next fight coming up is Odd Eye, which is a really, really nice cinematic fight. Then I'm going to have 1 on the climb, 2 on Gallum, and then a bunch on the final fight. But yeah, it depends on whether or not they crack. If everything cracks and breaks in that order, I get bare minimum 1 use crack, 1 use break. I will be able to make it even with the with everything breaking. That's the positive side of it. Right, so Lemon's joined the party now, so I need to do a last menu, or a last big one. There's a small one coming up in a bit. That's it. You get that. You get the white ring as well, which increases his defense by 10. Where's the healing rain? There it is. Onto Bowie. Angel. Down to Lemon. And the battle sword. So Lemon's attack is going to go up to 83. He has the dark sword, but it curses him. So we don't give him the quick ring yet. We're going to be using the quick ring for Peter one more time, and then we'll give Peter the quick ring. We'll give Lemon the quick ring for the Gallon fight. A little bit. So this is a maze. I know the right way, but it can be quite annoying to kind of get all this way and then make an error, like move too far to the right here. Someone better tell Snoopy. We're going to be fighting him in the middle of a volcano. What's really cool though is how we get to him. So this is Oddler. Earlier, there was that blind kid who we were helping around. That was basically Odd Eye has always been a devil. He's been an evil guy, but when he was blind, he also lost his memories, and that's why he stayed behind at Creed's. Creed's is the next devil. He's not a good guy, because he's an exile. He's not a bad guy either, but he does want to see the realization of people's true potential, I guess. So he took Oddler under his wing, basically, and then Oddler basically remembered everything. He snapped and kind of like burst out Creed's. Yeah, now he's here. So now, when you land back on Grand Seal, that's when that happens. I should note as well, a small thing to take note of. is that you may see some characters or some enemies can't move onto certain tiles. So in this fight, there's like a big way you can go, but like you can't actually walk to certain screens or certain tiles because they're going to disappear. They're just going to like be gone like that. You could only move like up a bit. You couldn't move left. Those tiles are going to be disappearing. They are like set to disappear. So rather than kind of like have them be traversable until not, they're just not traversable at all. So you can kind of actually get an idea of what you can cross and not because of that little situation. Bowie is level 7, and yes, this is a high level enemy and he's only level 7, but he is Bowie the hero. It doesn't matter. I always go right there, always it's the last one. Final conflict happens before Shining Force 2. Before Shining Force 2, it's after Gaiden 2, but it's before Shining Force 2. Definitely after it's after Gaiden 2 and Book 2 in CD. K-Well's just a young boy. And in this he's an old ass man. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, breath. Oh my lord. Oh, you had me going there, video game. You had me going. Oh well, there's a big dodge there. Oh dear. It's not looking good. Oh dear. I need Eric. He normally goes after Bowie. I've never seen him not go after Bowie. He's like, oh, the hero. I want to kill the hero. But that was interesting. But never mind. The hero will live to fight another day and kill the guy. There, look at this. Level 7 crushing people. Oh, he's so good. Damageless, bro. So that's the end of turn 2. The final few tiles will be taken away from the screen. We're going to kill this Cyclops here. Yeah, we're normally level 24, but we are a level down because of that loss of experience Okay, so yeah, I want to get all the way up to the top on the right-hand side here. This will force the demon that's above to come over and use his bolt spell or just attack. Hopefully the former, I guess, is weaker in general, and also yeah. But yeah. So now what I can do is I can have Jaro run up and attack the guy from range, and then Peter can finish it off. So I don't need to waste on a buff. So yeah, Jaro will attack first, and then Peter will finish on the beginning of the next turn. Jaro can move into position to buff, and then basically I'm going to make Jaro a target. Sorry, Jaro, but he's going to become a target to basically take away enmity from Peter in this final exchange, because there is. First of all, there's the big man Odai, who himself has 2 turns. He has a very, very powerful physical attack, and he also has the ability to ability to use Laser Eye, which is 3 range and deals damage that you can't mitigate. So that's that guy. So I'm going to put Jaro, because all the main enemies up here are going to move first, I can move Jaro into position and buff without having to worry about him dying on this turn. And then Eric will then move into a position to be another aggro point lower down. So hopefully I'm able to get both of the big hits, of like the dangerous hits, the potential big hits, are off Peter, and then he only has to deal with the smaller hits, and then we're going to be a bit safer. So, Valkyrie. Good, that means Peter can go up. Not worrying. Need him to. Okay, this is the last move. I want Peterson to get out-turned as well. This is a very tricky fight, and there's probably going to be a lot of resets here because there's a lot of CC as well. Odd-Eye can sleep. There's a guy who can paralyze, and yeah, it's just bad. Okay, Eric, go melee onto Eric. That's fine. Are you going to go and freeze Jaro? Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I'm actually going to save here. This is looking good. I'm going to put him on the top, so that hopefully the guy either freezes Peter. Okay, I'm losing frames. One sec. Reset the capture. Okay, I'm gonna have Peter. I'm gonna attack him from here because I want either. Ideally, the Demon Master runs up and melees Peter. That's the ideal right now. Good. Okay, so this means that melee. Now don't sleep. Okay, cool. So both of Odd-Eye's turns are done. The Demon Master's done. The Hydra can't reach me. The Chaos Warrior can't reach me. The Dark Gunner can. So the Dark Gunner's probably going to attack Peter, but he won't kill him. Going after Jaro. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, honestly. Okay, cool. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I'm going to put Eric next to Odd-Eye. I'm not going to attack, I'm going to just pop him next to Odd-Eye, so that Odd-Eye, if he does out-turn Peter, just goes for Eric instead. Sorry, Jaro instead. But I'm gonna save on Bowie's turn again, just in case, because I don't want to risk losing this progress. Because this is really good. Okay, I have it's 15 dodges, by the way. I need to add up another dodge. Go on, Pete. This is why we have the quick ring. Bosh, fight over. Nice fight. Attack plus 3s are coming in nice and clean now. But there, that is the Odd-Eye fight. Utilising the Pegasi to be targets more than anything else is the most important thing, whilst also having Peter buffed. Defer the enmity away from him, keep him high so you don't have to waste time buffing or anything like that. In terms of like boosting, you can use the attack buff, sure, but not boosting. Okay, so we have 3 fights left. It was kind of interesting. The strategy for the next fight is the strategy that caused the first sub 10 hour run in this game way back in the day, like 4 years ago, kind of thing. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. The strategy that came out here was really, really cool. Okay, I think Eric died. Eric got absolutely like. So Eric needs to come back. Come, mate. And I'm now going to revive Frazier. Okay, so the quick ring is going to stay on Peter for now. Yes, I do. I'm going to save. I don't think any of my Valkyries cracked either, which is really good. To get through 2 buffs without having any crackage is nice. So I want to check just for safety's sake. Okay, a crackage on Eric's. Okay, but Jaro's. Okay, there was a lot more crackage than I thought. Okay. The top one. It is top one. Okay, cool. Second one. Go over to Yes. Yes. Cool. And make sure that's really bad. Okay, scary. Afternoon, guys. Hope everyone is enjoying the run and enjoying Questing for Glory 3. Up next, we've got some great games as well. I mean, we're coming towards the end of this, but yeah, we have East Origin up next. So if you like yourself a bit of East, get excited because it's going to be happening soon. And that's really annoying that I outturned that guy. So here's Freeze. We haven't seen it yet, but this is what Freeze does. That was like, I think, 54 damage. So yeah, I took the quick ring off, and now I have equipped it. This is so that hopefully I outturn the Demon Master on the next turn. Hopefully. Okay, so we used to kind of go up the whole stairs, and then we also had a strat where we went all the way to the right and then up, and then came round. But we can go straight up the middle, which is kind of good. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna risk not letting one crack, so I have the extra one in hand, rather than just like further one less. Good. Okay, we're looking at the lowest potential for damage right now. This is going to be pretty tough, but I don't want to reset and try again. Let's go for it. Okay, mini menu now. Quick ring going to go down to Lemon. He's going to equip that, and then protect ring is going up to Bowie. Okay, so this is basically set up for potential outcomes, basically. This is the Gallum fight. And now we utilised Spheres of Influence on Zalbard. We're also going to do it on Gallum. Gallum has an unholy amount of HP. He's got like 230, 240 HP. So he's actually got a third bar, which is very, very nice to see. Wait, there's another one? So that's kind of cool. And yeah. I'm going to pop Peter here. I'm going to give him the running ring. So hopefully the yeah, he goes first. Good. So he only moves 1 space. If the Chaos Warrior goes first, he moves 2 spaces and blocks Peter off. And we can't do the strats. I would just aggress and just reset. Try. Lemon goes first. Good. That blocks Peter from getting attacked by the Chaos Warrior. It may not always happen, but the Chaos Warrior can stun. And if paralysis happens, Peter can't move. We do have Frazier to use Detox 2, and he can Detox 2 Peter. But yeah, we don't really. Valkyrie onto Peter. We're going to buff Peter up. And Peter has the power ring for now. I'm going to need to take it off. No. I'm going to need to take it off of him, though, for reasons. Protect ring. Buffing both Jaro and Peter. And then what I'm going to do with Eric's turn is I'm going to buff Jaro with Eric. So Jaro's got a lot more speed. By having a lot more speed, what can happen is save now. Okay. We're just outside his range of Sphere of Influence, so we're going to do this and not have Gallum move on the first turn. But what's important here is my damage roll. I need to get his HP in green down to the M, at least. That is actually hideous. Oh my god. Because I need Jaro to hit him into the red in order to do this snipe. Come on. Better. Okay, so yeah, these guys won't move. The guys around them will move, but not everyone. But Jaro is so fast as well that he can come in. He's also got a buff, and he will put Gallum into the red, hopefully. Good damage rolls. So yeah, that basically allows Jaro out of the gate. He'll probably die as well, because like this guy's going to hit him, and he fell asleep. And then the other guy's going to hit him. But yeah, all these guys here are going to just soak up all of the damage. Okay. Going to soak up all of the damage down here as well. Yeah, I was talking about the sprites earlier. The sprite art is really, really clean. It's stunning looking good. And the animations are great. LOL, Fraser. Don't need to move down here, but it's for safety's sake. So yeah, now that everything's activated, Peter can hopefully finish this. Gallum is down. Nice. That was really good, considering the fact that Peter's really low level. He's 26. He should be leveling to 27 on that one. That was a good fight. Yeah, it can definitely hurt sometimes. Basically, if Peter leaves him with a bit more HP than the M, the Mist Javelin makes up for it. With the Valkyrie, you need to hit to the M, and the M is really hard to hit to. It's on the upper end of the damage rolls, and we were talking earlier about how, you know, because it's a damage roll on a percentage kind of level, the more attack you have, the wider the damage roll. So yeah, it's hard to hit to the M unless Peter's got like a lot of attack. I'd love to see a Shining Force 4 in this kind of style, rather than going isometric or 3D. I really prefer top-down when it comes to strategy RPG to the isometric style. And by the way, those are Zeon's arms in the background. Arc Valley is still not fully open, so he's like, you can't get through. He's too swole to get through the massive gap. Yes, good. Right, so I'm not fighting the fight yet. I'm not doing the fight yet. That is just me killing the Blue Shaman. The Blue Shaman has healing rings, and I just go in. I'm going to go and do a reset as well. This is also why I give the Ancient Wing to Lemon, so he gets an aggress nice and early. So yeah, I like to grab the healing ring so I can give it to Bowie now, rather than having to exchange hands in the fight. So we just do that. To give a power ring to... Give it to Eric. Cool, so we've got Quick Ring on Jobby, Bosch on Jobby. So yeah, I mean, I haven't got many buffs now, sadly, so I'm not going to be able to do the full buff strategy. If you have excess buffs, which I don't, I would give 1 to Peter in turn 1, 1 to Lemon in turn 1 as well. But I won't be able to do that. I've only got the power ring and all that kind of stuff. So, what I'm going to do is give 1 to Peter. Because he needs his. He genuinely needs his. I didn't give the healing rain over, did I? Peter still has it. I did forget to do that. Oh well. I am a silly face though. That's very rare. That is very rare. Won't lie to you. That is very, very rare. Should I aggress this? I think for safety's sake I should aggress this. Yeah, I'm going to aggress this just for safety. No idea. It also allows me just to give the healing rain over as well. No, actually, yeah, do this. Fraser can have the other. And then Fraser can give it to Bowie. Yeah. Annoying to say the least. It's very rare to see Lemon actually. You know what? I'm gonna try this just to make sure. Equip it afterwards, mate. Equip it afterwards. So yeah, this is the final fight in the game. The time is not when we defeat Xeon, although I know that No Worries at one point did it, but we do it when we, on last input. So after this fight, there's 7 minutes of cutscene until this is This is the last boss fight. I don't want him to die. He can actually. Item use. Power ring. My word. Yeah, I don't want Eric to die because he's got the guaranteed buffs over here. Hopefully the ring hasn't cracked as well. Otherwise I'm going to be having a right nightmare. The protect ring cracked though. Classic. Okay, cool. So the Demon Master goes down first because he has freeze 4. And I'm not dealing with that. So yeah, gonna attack Jaro. He's buffed up though, so just about him. That was a crit though. Fire breath. I'm making the calls pretty well today. I'm doing a good job. So fire breath is worse than him just attacking because I'm buffed up and like a regular attack wouldn't have done any damage. It would have done that. Because the boost spell is very good. Go on, Fraser, you can heal this. Kidding me? Okay, here we go, Archdemon. Thank you. 16. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, I'm going to be clearing out a bunch of enemies, but not all of them. Mostly the left side. The right side doesn't matter, but the left side does. Because that's where, like, all the stuff that can reach the middle. You can't get to the middle from the right side. You have to go around to the bottom of the left. So, and enemies aren't going to do that. Thankfully. Really good. I've been getting a lot of attack plus 3s ever since I failed to get them before. So it's looking better now. I think I've had an attack plus 3 in every level in the 20s. So. We're looking at like 145, 146, I think. You can get well into the 150s, so really, really well. So at this point, Peter is just a monster. I don't even need to buff him up and he can kill things. He's just that strong now. Which is great, obviously. You can see the experience is going down. He should reach level 30 by the end of the fight. By the end of the run as a whole, honestly. But yeah. Good, melee. Very nice. He can use Blast 4, which is big damage. I don't want to see that, obviously. I'm going to do a preemptive one here. This will allow me to kill the Blue Shaman, the Pyro Hydra, and then go over and kill the Archdemon as well. And then I'll be cleared for another buff before going in for Zeon. So the last 3 enemies I'm going to kill are the Blue Shaman, the Pyro Hydra, and the Archdemon. They're the last 3 I'm going to go for, and then it's Zeon time. I need to be very quick and speedy about this, because I want to make sure that the enemies at the bottom, who are slowly rotating around the Griffin and the Pyro Hydra, don't get to them. Because they're snapping. Nice. Okay. So, one beat. Okay, we are now ready for Zeon. Zeon has 2 moves, Physical Attack and Demon Breath level 2. Demon Breath level 2 is ouchie mama level of damage. It's very powerful, like 40 to 50. It's huge. It's not freeze 4 level, but it's also not single target. It's the entire world target. How far can you go actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. Are you going to keep coming left for a little bit? Because they're going after Bowie. Should have saved before, Eric, but yeah. Okay, we're going for it now. This is the final fight. This is going to be interesting. Peter is not buffed, so he will take massive damage. I didn't get the Protect Ring to stay. It broke, sadly. So let's see how much damage we do. We got to the blue. Okay, cool. So Xeon's got, I think, 450 HP? So he's got a bar and a bit of black health, and then he's got the blue, yellow, blue. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. Nice. Double attack. Counter! Let's go. Attack. I will use my first healing ray, I think. He's on what? 60. I want to try and get away with a turn not using it, but I need to get lucky for that. We'll see how it goes. So by using the movement glitch, we can get Bowie behind. Very nice. This is cool. Okay, this should be okay. Xeon's got like a monstrously high chance as well to double attack, so. I have to use my other healing ring already. Lame, dude. Ooh, he's come for me. We can incite him away. Dark Sword, land it! No! Okay, so Peter will be able to at least damage him down to yellow. See how it goes. Hopefully I don't get double Demon Breathed. That would be the worst. I'm purposely not... I mean, I can save in between all of these just to make sure. It's always nice to have a little bit of excitement, right? Just to help him do a bit more damage. I should have done this earlier, honestly. But this will help Jaro do a little bit more damage, and if Bowie needs it. Sometimes Bowie does need to come in and do some damage. Very rarely, though. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, well, just one hit, mate. Okay, a Demon Breath will kill him. I'm going to have to save on Bowie's turn. Just to make sure. Wow! Aggressive behaviour. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say. Mate, come back here. Let me de-soul you. It always works 100% whenever Red Baron does it. Why can't I do it? Oh yeah, because I'm the player. So what I want to do here, I'm going to buff up Peter with, save on Bowie's turn, just so I know. Just so it's set there. I'm not going to risk Bowie just yet. I could attack with Bowie now, but I don't need to. Hopefully, if Xeon goes first, he doesn't Demon Breath. If he does, Peter's dead. But if Peter does go first, he'll get his last attack off. Peter should die now, which is a bit of a shame. Dodge? No. At least he's definitely eating the hits. But yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. Should be fine. Oh! No! 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 Oh, Pete, you almost did it. You almost did it! No! What a shame. What a shame. Bowie with finish. That's why he's the hero, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's Bowie the hero. Yes! Look at that. Leading the force to victory. Ba-boom. Peter who? Yeah, that's Xeon down. And that is the game. There is a cutscene, and I will obviously go to the end, and time is on the final input. But yeah, that is the end of the run. It's a really cool game. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of ups and downs. It's a real coaster, but it's certainly a really fun run. It really is. It's greatly enjoyable. So what happens in the end is it gets a little bit Deus Ex Machina here, where regardless of what happens, Xeon overtakes Galem's body. Because really the devils can't be killed, or they can just be stopped, like, you know, held back, restrained. They can't be killed, really. They're like unto gods. So we didn't actually have the power to kill them. We had the power to subdue and stop. So he's like, I will kill Ellis if you don't give me the Jewel of Eden. He wants the Jewel back to refresh his powers. Cheers, Slade. That's my brother, by the way. My literal, actual brother. Human brother. Same family kind of thing, you know? Who runs this game for? Yeah. Slade is, you know, absolutely sure that he's faster than me in this game. So coming up next on Questing for Glory is Shining Force 2 by Slade the Ninja. I bet you guys can't wait to see this game run again. Even faster than just now. Yeah, he sets him on fire. That's what you get. But then the power of the Jewel of Light makes Lemon utter the greatest word of all of Shining Force 2. Groovy! Yeah. Yeah, Lemon's groovy. We really should have a Bowie groovy emote, shouldn't we? Don't know why we don't. We really should. Yeah, but yeah, he's like, you can't kill an immortal vampire like Lemon. By the way, Lemon's an immortal vampire. The Jewel of Light comes back. It's not possible. You can't still be alive. Come with me, my king. At this point, he still sees Galem, and like Lemon's lost the plot at this point. He's taking Galem, his king, back to Ark Valley, sealing him forever. No, the jewel, and ba-bam! Ark Valley sealed once again. That's why the subtitle of this game is Ancient Seal, because it's the seal that started and was broken at the beginning, and it's redone now. Bowie, is he okay? Thanks, Peter. You know what? No one ever asks how I am. Bowie, Xeon was taken away by Lemon. And I nod, very astutely. The classic, you know, hero to thing to do is just nod. And sometimes fist punch. Alice does not respond. She's cold. Oh no. Is she dead? I don't think so. She's breathing. And then Metula shows up. Goddess Metula? Hello, Astral. How are you? Not so cash. Really? He said we would forsake the people of Earth. So basically, at this time, Volcanon was helping the war effort outside of all of this. So he was like, I'm just going to forsake them anyway, but at the end of the day, the gods did everything and really were the ones who stopped everything. It gave us the opportunity to not lose, basically. So Mitula takes back the Jewels of Evil and Light and resets the seal on Xeon and Ark Valley and Devils in general. One more thing. Yes, Columbo, what's up? She has been poisoned. When the poison leaves her body, her face will turn to pink. If she's still sleeping, she will need a kiss from her true love. Wink. It might take a few months or a few years. So right now, Ark Valley is becoming unstable. We're just going to pick up Princess Alice and carry her back. She's seen the tower. Hurry! Bowie, run! And then it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years since I saved the entire world. Oh, please. That NPC, you know, catches me at the beginning of the game and at the end of the game. That's time lost, boys and girls. Thanks. So, the entirety of the original Grand Seal is rebuilt as it was at the beginning of the game, pre-disaster. And apparently Jehar managed to actually make it to school on time for once. So yeah, the original. I'm the only one who grew up though, apparently, and the rest are still. Now, I wonder if we're going to get Chaz Peter. There is a glitch in this game. I'm not sure if it's an emulator-only thing. But you can see half of Peter's wing on the left-hand side is becoming a coat. That's Chaz. Very rarely, not all the time, you get a full Chaz Peter, where he'll flap up and become Peter, flap down and become Chaz, and he just goes between the two sprites completely. Not just the left half of his wing. The whole thing is Chaz Peter. It's a very, very rare glitch. I don't know how or why it happens, but you only get half Chaz Peter on console. But you get full Chaz Peter elsewhere. Never go full Chaz, dude. Never go full Chaz. We're almost done though. This is the last cutscene. So everyone's saying that Bowie should be the one to kiss Ellis because he's the one who, you know, is her true love. And then Sarah's like, yeah, I think Bowie will make her happy. And then she just sods off because obviously she's in love with Bowie. And Kazin's like, well, it's time that I'm gonna step in. Oh, she needs someone like me, Chester. You're a horseman. That's a bit weird. But I'll do it. Rhodes all remind me of when I was young. And then Zink comes in with the very quick quip. Oh, you were young once? Oh, zing! Cracking script. But yeah, fun fact. In Shining Wisdom, Kazin and Sarah make a little guest appearance in Shining Wisdom under different names. I believe it's Pike is the name of Kazin in that game. But yeah, Kazin and Sarah make a guest appearance in Shining Wisdom. Very cool. But here is coming the final split. As we make our way to kiss the princess and time. Here we are. And Bowie gets the girl. Classic. That's some big hair, yeah. I mean, it was the 90s, right? That's what there was a big hair all the time in the 90s. But yeah, that is Shining Force 2, any percent in 5:47:18. You know, any run sub 6 is a good run in this game, honestly. Any run at that kind of level, and sub 6 is one of those things, like, I say it's a 6-hour estimate just because anything can happen. You know, I've lost 25 minutes to a long campaign because of stuff that just goes wrong, but you know. It's a fun game. It's really, really cool. I hope you guys enjoyed the run. There's Hiroyuki Takahashi, my boy. I will always like to point out one thing. Character design here by Suezen. He did a lot of the character designs. There is another artist in Camelot that's very, very important. There's Moment. I do want to shout this guy out because it is a bit of a shame. One of the artists of Camelot who made the old school Shining games, unfortunately, sadly passed away last year. There he is, Hiroshi Kajiyama. He is an additional artist as part of Camelot. He did a lot of the art for like boxes and all that kind of stuff, and some of the characters too. Yeah, he gave us some pretty cool art for the Shining games. So I always like to shout out Kajiyama just because he's pretty cool. So yeah, that is Shining Force 2. We haven't got time for the. I mean, I'm 13 minutes under schedule. We always want to be ahead of schedule. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I do this run from time to time. We'll see when I do it next. So who knows? But yeah, this is kind of like the main game that kind of like is everything, I guess, about my stream. Where the name comes from, where the design comes from. Blah. I love Shining Force 2. I hope you guys enjoyed the run. As I said. Thank you very much for watching. Keep sticking around. I'm going to head off. The stream's going to be cut for a moment, and then we're going to jump over to the next run, East Origin by Ghost Kumo. So that's it from me. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of Questing for Glory, and I'll see you guys soon. So until next time, stay classy. Take care. Bye-bye.